finding those levels too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. Right hand, and Shakur meeting them with a straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Just Do shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme's sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Just Do boxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Just Do. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. "4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
Do you foresee yourself being in, let's say, more thrilling fights as you get older?
Basically what you're saying is, Floyd, get beat up and get some black eyes, then get your hand raised.
No,
and then stoop to everybody else's level and be stupid.
When you get older, I'm saying, when you get older, do you think
there's nothing cool about taking punishment, getting beat up, getting bloody lips, and getting a check. The coolest thing I can do, I can dominate you, shut you out, and make crazy money, and go home and live with my family in a very, very comfortable and happy way. That's how I like to do it.
Lifting weights and being strong doesn't win fights. Having great timing and being a very, very smart and intelligent fighter wins fights. I mean, I've been in there before with guys that was a lot bigger and probably hit a lot harder and a lot stronger. But Floyd Mayweather always has the remedy.
Okay. Well, 37 opponents had a heart, and all of them came up short.
Speed kills, I guess, right? Watching you in person is a lot faster than on TV, man. How important is speed?
Well, it's not about speed. It's about smarts. It's about smarts, and it's about not getting hit that much.
Boldimir's a big guy. What are you going to do to offset the size difference?
It's not by size. Skills pays the bills at the end of the day. It's about being smart, and the smarter fighter is going to win. Most guys I don't beat them with speed and power. I beat them with smarts. I don't think about it. It's more up here than here.
Bring the truth or tell on your ass what you're doing or what you're not doing every single time. You can lie, you can bullshit and all that, but when that bell ring, if you ain't put that work in, it's gonna show, bro. It's gonna show. Not to mention y'all in a sport that can cost you your life. Literally, you can die in this shit. So if that's the case, man, if you're gonna do this, don't bullshit with it. If you don't really want it, say to yourself, keep it real with yourself. I really don't want this shit. I can't put the work in that it requires. Walk away. Ain't nobody mad at you. Go out there, you're young enough, you go get educated, get a skill, do something, man. But don't play with this, man. People you can get killed in this shit, man.
What's good with the family on this Good Friday, man? We back to build on this boxing and give it its just due. Y'all know how we do it. We got to talk about it. You got a couple of somewhat of announcements, right, man? We got some fights that we kind of already knew was possibly on the way, right? You know, Ryan confirming that him and Teofimo was fighting. No official announcement, but he did say July 25th. So we got to be looking out for that date to see if that's when that fight actually takes place. Because that'll mean, you know, Teo moving right up, getting the title shot at 47. So that's something to consider, something to think about. He is, after all, coming off a loss. So I don't know, man. I really don't know. I don't know. But, I mean, look, we've seen it before. You've seen Ryan Garcia get his opportunities off a loss, right? And he got multiple opportunities at that. So I don't think it's no real shock that Teo will be getting this fight. And then when you look at Ryan, what he got going on, you know, the biggest fight for him is clearly the rematch with Devin. But because it seemed like they can't get on the same page in terms of, like, you know, drug testing, clearly that's the holdup. It seemed like that's what Devin is saying, right? Ryan don't want to take the drug testing, which is kind of strange, man. And it seemed like he going to allow these opportunities to just fall by the wayside or other people to get in the way of what he trying to do, because, you know, Teo fighting Ryan is not a guaranteed win for either guy, right? The way I feel, you know, we've seen both of them lose, right? More than once at that. So it's the 50-50 type fights, man. Two guys that like to rely on their athleticism a lot. And it's going to be a good fight, I believe, if they make it at 47. We get to see how Teo going to look up there, how he look coming off this loss against Shakur at 40, you know, losing his straps. But if you Devin Haney, this kind of got to suck, because on one end, you got the issue with Rolly and you saying his money, right? And then you got Ryan, you saying his drug tested. Rolly kind of exposed some things today on Twitter or yesterday or whatever it was. Like, you seemingly you're not making the necessary moves to get these fights, and it's going to be the same holdups. You're going to end up allowing other guys to get your opportunities, man. Rolly ain't for sure to keep a hold of that title, man. He getting there with the wrong person, he could lose, right? And same thing with Ryan, right? Ryan goes out there and fights Teo, and then, say for instance, Teo beat him, and that's a dude that's been seemingly not wanting to fight you, right? Like, what happens then? You get me? So I just hope he at least capitalize on one of these opportunities, man. It would be crazy to see both of these fights fall by the wayside, like not one but both. It's kind of crazy, man. Let me say what's good to the fam, and we're gonna get to it. Marcus, my dog, man, is in the building. What's good with it? Brody Poole's in the building. Said Keyshawn, the name dropper Davis, and it's the Pride in the building. Man, you and my dog Rich, was good with it, homie. Y'all hit the like button. Let's build. Let's talk about it. You know, I like this fight. Got Teo winning, and I'm telling you, I think Teo could win. You know, I really do. I know, definitely more accomplished. Got more quality wins on the resume than Ryan Garcia, but Ryan Garcia is a wild card. He's dangerous, right? He got the speed, got the power. He got good size up there, right? I think it'll be a good test for both of them, man. But it's gonna be interesting to see who's gonna be more athletic, who's gonna out athletic the other guy, because that's what kind of fight that is. Ryan is like all speed and power. Teo is just like athleticism, pure talent, bro. You know what I'm saying? And he be winning off that a lot of times. So I'm looking forward to it, to be honest with you. Damon was good with it. I mean, look, this is where I'm at with it. This is why I said this.
Pops, are you available for his next fight?
July 25th?
To round wrap him? July 25th? Oh, wow, we got a date. Who the fuck we fucking up? I don't.
Teofimo.
Oh, wow.
Lopez. Bring him on.
Oh, shit, I fuck with that. Yeah, let's do that.
Bring his bitch ass on.
He said, dude, Damon was good, homie. Dude in the back talking like he fight. Mike Ron, what's good? You hear, dude? Who we fucking up? Like, what? You not doing nothing. Tio will beat your ass, bro. What you said over there? You got a long ass ponytail, too?
Pops, are you available for his next fight?
July 25th?
To round wrap him? July 25th? Oh, wow, we got a date. Who the fuck we fucking up? I don't.
Teofimo.
Oh, wow.
Lopez. Bring him on.
Oh, shit, I fuck with that. Yeah, let's do that.
Bring his bitch ass on.
Nah. Man's gotta fit it on with a cotton swab in the back of his head, bro. Boy, Tio beat your ass. He'd beat that damn ponytail out your head. Yeah, you funny as hell, man. But look, this is good. This could be good news. It's a good fight. I feel like guys should still get opportunities after losses, man. It shouldn't be the end of the world. You heard these dudes go back and forth and talk about fighting each other. Now it seems like more of a reality. I just hope that the date that Ryan threw out there is solid, is concrete, and it ain't him just throwing it out there. But I mean, he said it, so we'll see. You know, Jordan, Will was good with it, my guy. How you feeling? Jordan was good, bro. So we'll see. But I'm here for this, man. I want to see it, bro. I want to see it. You know what I'm saying? This will really prove what Ryan Garcia is on to a degree, right? Because think about it, he building a hell of a resume for himself. Get what I'm saying? Fought Tank, fought Devin. Get what I'm saying? Became champion. Say he fight T.O. You get what I'm saying? He got some good names on his resume. And it's the crazy part is T.O. is a winnable fight for either guy. that fight could go either way, man. It really could. But I think T.O. got more in his arsenal, I think. I think he could do a bit more than Ryan. And I think he athletic in a different way. I think Ryan's athleticism is waist up. I think Tio is an athlete, a real athlete, and you're gonna see it. I think if they fight, you know what I'm saying? How much the resumes are coming to play a factor, I don't know. It remains to be seen, but my bad, y'all. It remains to be seen, but I'm looking forward to this, man. I think it could be a good fight. And like I said, low key, I respect both of them. If you fought for Tio, this would be a title shot for you. Should be a title shot. You get a title shot right after your first fight at 47. It'd be good. I mean, you better not turn this down if you got this opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, I want to see what Tio say about all this. We ain't really been hearing too much from him since he got punched on and apologized for slavery. You know what I mean? Since we last time we seen Tio, he was out there apologizing for slavery.
Every time, gotta put respect to it. To all my brothers and sisters, I love you guys. Always salute to the power that it be above. I thank you guys. I never wanted anything. So for that, my condolences to all you guys and to the slavery and everything that's ever happened mentally.
Can he bounce back from that? Because that's like a top tier crash out. That's a top tier crash out. Can Tio bounce back from that? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Blunt, my dog, was good with it, bro. It's me on the line. Was good with it, yeah, man. So that was one of the last times we seen Tio. Well, the last time we seen him in the ring, anyway. That's what he was doing, right? That's what he was up to after the fight. He wanted to make sure, you know, he apologized for slavery and everything that ever happened. You know what I'm saying? The only thing he was missing was like, and y'all deserve reparations. He'd have said that, man. I fell out, bro. But now, all jokes aside, man, that was that fight. Styles make fights. Shakur is a lot more disciplined and focused, especially in the ring, and tougher to deal with, I think, stylistically than Ryan. Ryan is not no defensive genius. He's not a fleet-footed guy. He's not no ring general. He's not going to utilize all 4 corners of the ring and things like that. Got a pretty wide stance, flat-footed, but still very fast, explosive, and dangerous. And I think that makes the fight tricky because you got 2 guys that got pretty good power. Ryan, people would probably say Ryan got the better one-punch power, right? More the puncher out of the 2, and he fast. They both got speed, but is Ryan going to be faster on the night? That could be tricky. You know what I'm saying? We seen how Shakur's speed affected Tio. He couldn't do nothing with it. And, you know, some say Ryan is faster than Shakur. You know, I wouldn't argue that much, man. Ryan is fast, but I feel like timing to be a factor if them 2 fought each other. But when it comes to Tio is not the same, you know, brilliant mind I think that Shakur is. And because of that, he makes mistakes. Because he's athletic, he has a tendency to rely on it. It's worked out for him more times than it hasn't. And that's what you're going to see. You know, he's a guy to me that kind of makes me feel like he wins fights without game plans. Now, I could be tripping. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they don't go in there and strategize at all, but there's always moments in a fight with Tio where it looked like he just, you know, just going with the flow or just, you know, just trying to figure it out. You get what I'm saying? Just on the fly type deal. You know what I'm saying? But let's see if that helps him against Ryan or hurt him. He said he went back on people. Hell no. Empire, what it do, man? Got TLB and Ryan too. He said that's why I want Devin to run that fade because Ryan going to keep that strap for long. Yeah, man. Look, he better hope. Shout out to my bro Kurt. What's good with it, family? How you feeling, man? Yeah, I heard something about the Wilder gloves, man. You know what I mean? That's funny. Mine George in the building was good. Turkey, I don't see Core on that list for the fights behind this year. Core need to have another fight for the end of the year. June, I think June might be the date. I believe. Was it June? I think the targeted month for Shakur. But you know, he already got a good relationship with Turkey. Turkey already spoke about promoting this fight. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind putting on another fight for him. But the good thing about Shakur is, even if Turkey doesn't put on his fight, that's not the end of the world. You know, he's still in a position where his fights can be made. That was the whole reason with him aligning himself the way he did. Now it's up to him to just make it work in his favor. So, you know, without having to be tied down to multiple fights with nobody and have good relationships, business relationships with Turkey, Al-Sheikh, Saudi, then you got Eddie Hearn backing you and rocking with you. I think and then on top of that, you got Top Rank going over there with Matchroom in the zone. And one of the fights Core were talking about was Muay Thai. So, you know, that just seemed like it should be easy to put together. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir, man. I like this. Shout out to Boxing Bill. Everybody in the building, my dog. I can't wait to see it. So, look, man. So they both in the program. Who that? Tio and Ryan. You talking about drug testing. And this is the thing. If that fight happened, it's going to be drug testing in that fight. It's a title fight. It's a WBC title fight, bro. They're gonna be tested. Like I just could say this. I understand, you know, I get the Haney stance. I get it. They don't trust Ryan and they want to have him thoroughly tested so they could be comfortable that he ain't cycling off no PEDs. I get it. But if it's the difference between not making a fight, then you might have to pull back a little bit on that and just make sure he get tested accordingly, just like you would with any other fight, right? That's all I'm saying. To make sure he's tested thoroughly. That's all, and get in there and scrape him. But it's looking like he letting the opportunities fall by the wayside. I mean, I get it, it's business, and he's trying to work it out. He's trying to make sure everything makes sense on his side and get the money he's looking for. And I totally understand that. So I don't think he, trying to get out of fights, but it's at a strange time because you can't, without the backing in which you command, it's hard to justify it when you're not even the guy sending the offer. So it's really tough, man. It's really tough. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be tough for him to figure that out. You know what I'm saying? But I hope he can make a fight, man. I hope him and Rolly can figure it out. Better figure it out before Rolly find somebody else to fight. I'm telling you. Better find one of them fights. Ryan already announcing dates with Tio. I got a little interview. I'm going to pull up with Ryan. He was talking spicy. But, hey, look, it's either make or break. Either we going to see, a championship run from Ryan Garcia, or you're going to see the belt get relieved up off him fast. And now you got to worry about trying to get somebody else in the ring for a unification if you Devin. So I just hope he can get a fight, one of those fights. You know what I'm saying? But it's looking slim right now. Shout out to my bro Kurt. Appreciate that love, man. He said there's some color in the chat, King. Much love, man. Appreciate that color in the chat, man. I got 5 on it. Shout out to my bro Kurt, man. Much love, man. Stay on that pro. It say with June 13th, but I can't see week before Boots card. Maybe that's why Xander ain't get the Puerto Rican parade in NY. I don't know. It's something to think about because you got July. Yeah, you got July. Because what is that? The 20. Hold on, man. What is that? Because Xander and but they in June, ain't they? Xander and them in June, right? Just June 27th, not July. So I could see this for Ryan and Tio. Telling you, it's a good fight. It's a good proving grounds fight for Ryan too. You get what I'm saying? It's another opportunity for him to another negative, drug test. You get tested accordingly. Another title fight. It'll be an actual title defense against a quality opponent with a good name, right? You beat him, you could really start to, pop it a little bit, but don't get sent back to the gulag getting beat up. You know what I'm saying? Because I think Tio should be motivated and really hungry to win. You get what I'm saying? Don't nobody like to lose back-to-back fights. You get what I'm saying? And once you start to pile them L's start piling up, it gets spooky. So that bag start to hit different too. Josh said, "We got taking on this one." It's a toss-up, man. It's a toss-up, man. Tank out of commission right now, man. That don't even make sense, man. And no two fighters should have to fight each other to in order to get another fight. You know what I'm saying? I think Shakur is in a position where that's by far one of the more accomplished fighters in all of the sport. Whenever Tank is back and able and they willing, I think we should see that fight. I wouldn't mind seeing Ryan and Shakur fight, but we already know we're not going to see that because Ryan not going to stand on nothing. He said, Shakur said he's not going to 47 right now, and Ryan ain't willing to go to 40 or 44, even with no rehydration clause. So I get it. I respect it. Move on. Now he's talking about fighting a guy like, you know what I'm saying, Teofimo, and I ain't mad. I mean, pick your poison. And it's still a good fight for him, and it's one that he definitely could lose. So I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool. Trying to lowball Devin with the money. That's the problem, though. Kurt, see, the problem is that he spoke about the money being good. You get what I'm saying? Or the money being favorable, and it made sense. And then now to say lowball is crazy, right? Is after you say one thing. I think what it is his hang up was no guarantee, something like that I seen on Twitter. And I can understand Devin. You know what I mean? He not putting his trust in nobody that much where he going into the fight with no guarantee. So I understand him. That's why this stuff is not about ducking. This prime example is more so about business. The people that's claiming duck, they're just looking to have something negative to say about Dev. He ain't ducking, man. I think he trying to make them fights, but the man he demand a certain amount of bread, bro, and then without it, he ain't beat. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, like he was saying, he wanted his guarantee, so I respect it. You know what I mean? I just hope it don't end up costing him fights. That's all. Shout out to Ill Will. Appreciate the love. Following my bro Kurt, man. Kurt is leading by example. Appreciate the work, man. I appreciate y'all. Much love to my dog, Ill Will, man. You see the morality priest, they're allowing low levels of ostarine to be in your system, just like Matias. Yeah, the problem is it's a banned substance, so any sign of it being in your system is always going to be looked at as crazy. But the thing with Matias is there's a threshold, and he never crossed or passed the threshold. So technically, you get what I'm saying? He ain't did shit. That's why they allowed the fight to still go through. And you see, he got his ass kicked anyway. Yeah, Dad want to guarantee. We gonna talk about that. Sonny was good, man. Devin was about legacy with the little guys. Now go unify with the welterweight division. Got to, man. Got to. We're gonna see. Oscar probably preoccupied with Virgil. Figure out what Virgil was going on with Virgil now, but who knows, man? But look, you know when it's thrown out there early, you always gotta take it with a grain of salt. But you've been heard the whispers about this fight, and on top of that, you heard Turkey in that. Well, we read it in the tweet. We read it in the tweet. He said he got another fight planned for Garcia. We mentioned Garcia in his tweet, so my guess is you give me he still got something planned for him. Look, he said, and another for Garcia in the second half. So it may be. You know what I'm saying? Maybe. I could see it happening. You know what I'm saying? He just did Garcia, Barrios. I'm pretty sure he in on the Ryan business. And you know he just did Shakur and Teo. So you could see him possibly being willing to put that fight together, right? I could see it. I could see him doing it. He already said it. He got plans for Ryan. Let's see it. Let's see it, man. Yeah, a little bit of double talk, Kurt. That's all. A little bit of double talk. Shout out to my dog 12-3. So look, give us the fight, man. Let me pull this joint up with Ryan, man, where he was talking, being that we on this. He said, knock out Teofimo. He told Arnold Barboza, man, look, I knock Teofimo out. What you gonna do when I knock Teo out? That's what he kept saying to Arnold. Let's see, man.
You know, I'm out here fighting Devin Haney. I'm out here fighting fucking Tank Davis. Now I'm about to fight Teofimo. I'm fighting everybody that's in front of me and all the people are just afraid to get in the ring with. But you haven't done nothing.
Oh, there you go. He doubling down. He keeps saying Teo. And then see, this is the crazy thing. This is what's going to look crazy. It's going to look crazy if they end up putting this fight together and no drug test and stop it. You get what I'm saying? Because if Teo go in there and beat Ryan, if this fight happens in July for sure, then now you got, like I said, you got a whole nother problem trying to get Teo in the ring with you. And like I said, I don't see him. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to want to fight him. So it just looks seem like missed opportunity. Shout out to my dog, Everything Boxing. What's good with it, Brody? Teo ever respond to Ryan? And I think they done faced off all types of shit already. These two dudes, man. These dudes done faced off and all types of shit. I mean, if you Teofimo, you ain't no way you stupid enough to turn down the title shot. I would hope he ain't that stupid. I would hope not. But you never know with Teo because he is a strange guy. He is a strange guy. Yeah, man, it is a beautiful day on the East Coast. This is coast 660. What is it, 65 out? I think something like that. 65 out. Let me pull this joint up. About Legacy, don't switch it up now. I don't think he's switching it up. I just think look.
This is Creators Think. So I try to interview.
I said this before. It just, when you are a guy, all right, look, man, you got different styles of fighters, man. We all know Devin is one of them pure boxers. Pure boxers don't get a lot of love today. So although he might have decent or respectable relationships with some of these people, the fact that he is not, signed to anybody, none of these promoters that he's worked with in the past have the incentive to want to jump to make his fights. And that's what you seeing going on. So it's kind of like you left out there on that island to figure it out. And then you're far more accomplished than guys, but without the backing, it don't really matter. So it's not adding up. And I think that's the problem. You're talking about one of the more accomplished young fighters in the game, right? So he got every right to talk about how much money he want. You know what I'm saying? But again, people, it's just business. And when you're not in bed with guys, they're not going to bat for you. Nobody's willing to lose money. Nobody's willing to take the risk. Nobody's willing to pay you what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, it started to get sticky. You know what I mean? So you just have to start figuring it out, man. But I'm pretty sure they figured it out before they'll figure it out now. You know what I'm saying? They'll figure it out. Devin Duck and Ryan and Roley? No, I don't think so. Let's go. Let's talk about it, man.
Some of the most viral content creators on the planet, so people watching at home can take tips and tricks and apply it to their own content. So you're not only one of the greatest boxers on the planet, you know, you're one of the best marketers and viral content creators. So that's why I want to talk to you. By the way, what are you wearing? Is that Devin Haney's aura?
Not Devin Haney. I would never wear anything of his, but I'm just wearing a tank top and a little whatever this is called.
Is it what's a better feeling than like knocking someone out? Like, yeah, I mean, you can take someone's aura when you fight them. I was listening a lot the last Logan Paul podcast.
The thing is, he never knocked Devin out though. I don't know. You can't celebrate that win, bro. Like, I had it with that, bro. You can't. Like, I get it. It happened. You can go rewatch the fight all you want, but it don't count. Like, it really don't count. That's like Keyshawn Davis keep talking about the win over Nahir Albright. That it don't count. Like, you can't do nothing about it. Like, so you just got to move on. That's why he needs to rematch
about how
so he can stop living off that
Andrew Tate kind of gambled with his aura and lost. And that's kind of an interesting concept. I mean, every time you step in the ring, that's a gamble, right?
Well, yeah, you're putting a lot on the line, not only just your record, but your reputation, how people perceive you as. It's easy to judge a fighter and say, you know, he lost aura, but in the end of the day, all the people judging, they're afraid to even dare to step in that ring. So how much aura can you really lose, you know?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you're the one that is actually taking the risk, and everybody else is there to, you know, watch on the sidelines and enjoy the fight. Did Andrew Tate lose aura? Possibly, because he probably should have beat that guy. That's probably why people see that as what it was, because he's a kickboxing champion and somehow lost. So
was the Haney fight 1 year ago or 2 years ago?
That was 2 years ago.
I had a big house for Coachella and probably like 100+ influencers, and we all got together. That was during, I think, the second weekend of Coachella.
Oh, wow.
And we all got around the TV and we watched it. And I mean, leading up to that fight, again, I got to ask you, how much of the craziness before the Haney fight was strategy? How much of it was real?
That's a question I get a lot. At the end of the day, you know, it was it's part show, you know, part trying to sell the fight, but there were subjects in there that I was.
My guess is the promoters are not willing to back because of, you know, ain't got the most fan-friendly style, right? They can push those narratives. Oh, he's born this and that, and then again, you ain't the biggest attraction. And then you add in the fact that you demand a lot of money. It's a situation that I think is only going to run smooth if you sign for somebody for a couple fights, right? Because just a fight here, one-offs. I mean, outside of Turkey, I don't see these other guys jumping to do it. You know what I mean? With the way that they move when it came to these other promoters, so. I think that's just going to be the issue. And Margarito and Pacquiao didn't have steroids attached to it. Like, I don't know what you mean. Margarito and Pacquiao ones. Margarito, you mean Cotto? Nah, again, that wasn't a no contest. Like, this is why is this a discussion? I'm going to say this and I'm going to end it. So y'all feel free. If you are a guy that's celebrating a tainted win, where the dude had a banned substance in the system, then have that. But if you can't point to his record and resume and show me where's the W on the record at, it don't count. Do it count in terms of like he took punishment in the ring? Yes, that count. That's real. Yes. Yes, he had to recover from that. That's real. He went through that, right? He still bouncing back, climbing his way to the top, right? But it don't count. Ryan can't get no interviews and flex about this win. It's not a win. Where is it at? If it's the win, tell me where it counted at. You get what I'm saying? It's very simple. That's what I'm saying. He can't flex. The real flex will be drug testing, doing the drug testing that Devin Haney is asking you for, and then beating him on an even playing field. Long as you do that, you get what I'm saying? And the difference there, even though we seen the hand wraps, that still was a loss for Cotto. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't a no contest. That was never a no contest. That was a legit loss. This is a different situation. PDs was at play. He had to win for a minute, and then it got wiped away. You get what I'm saying? Because he cheated. So he can't flex it. Yeah, you could say when we did fight, I did this and that, but it's going to always be people to say, well, you couldn't do it on an even playing field. And that's what I wish he'd get through his head. If you want to flex and you want to really talk about how you beat him, then you should have no problem going in there fully tested, being clean, and go beat his ass. But to keep going in these interviews and these dudes keep acting like you took his aura, no, you just now became champion. The man is a 3-division champion, and he's still undefeated. Get what I'm saying? Seriously, bro. Like, you fumbled the bag, which is why y'all didn't fight again already. So it's really you. The problem is you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm leveling with Devin when it comes to this guy, man, because he's a trick bag, man. He untrustworthy for real.
Dead serious about, and I've proven it. You know, children's sex trafficking is a real issue in the United States and the whole world. And I recently teamed up with Tim Tebow, and you know, and really taking steps to really not only using my voice in the fight, but also using my resources to help, you know, fight against that battle. So yeah, that part was real. Now me acting like I was losing it, drinking, smoking all the time. Yeah, I was drinking a little bit, but not to the amount that people thought I was.
I mean, it was pretty amazing because then you get in that ring with him and you put that, I mean, you just started downshifting. I mean, you had a real look on your face, and I mean, you really worked him in that fight.
Yeah, he underestimated me in that fight, and he was definitely fearful of what was happening to him.
Was there a moment when you were leading up to that you remember where you said, like, when you're basically to yourself feeling about the world that they've bought this and I've got them?
I think just within the fight, I just had so much belief in myself that it was going to happen, that I was going to beat him. And that belief never left me. Even in the middle of the round where there was not a lot of action, I just knew something was coming. And then when I caught him on the 7th, I was like, all right, here we go. And then just started putting a whooping on him really bad. And, you know, he's not an easy fighter. So people, you know, got to know that you still have to figure the fight out.
One of the greatest fighters in the world.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I just have had his number that night, and he'll have his chance, I'm sure, to try to get me back, but it's not gonna happen.
Do you know this kid Giorgio out here? Who did you see that wrestling match with Armin that ended the fight?
Yeah, he barely lost and stuff like that.
And Armin punched him, and it created a brawl. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
So at the end of the wrestling match with Armin, Armin could have stood up, shook in his hand, had his hand raised. And Armin lost it, punched him in the face. Both corners come in the ring. It creates a melee. Giorgio's whole family's in there. Armin's whole corner's in there. They're all beating on each other. But it created such a viral event for this wrestling promotion called RAF. It's Real American Freestyle. Like, who gave a shit about like real wrestling? Mm-hmm. He's getting paid big money. Like, he's getting paid a lot of money, like close to 7 figures for the rematch in Tampa on Saturday for a 6-minute wrestling match.
For just straight wrestling.
Yeah.
I'm not let this guy off the hook. I'm gonna keep saying it, Dave. It'll be a grave mistake. You look back and you ain't the one that was able to relieve this dude and relinquish him of his title. I'm telling you, that'd be like the sweetest of form of revenge that you could get.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
So I didn't know.
Happy for the wrestlers, man.
Yeah, I was interested if you had actually seen that. I'll show you a clip of it later, and I wanted your kind of take on who you thought was going to win that. But since you didn't see that fight, what do you know about yourself, or what did you learn over time about how your body reacts on a big stage? Adrenaline, you know, like, did you, like, obviously, like, a lot of these fights that if they happen in a garage and no one's looking, it's very different than when you're on that big stage. Maybe like you're so used to it now, you've tuned it out. But how did you learn how to fight like on the biggest stages of the world?
I'm a very spiritual person, and as you know, my journey throughout boxing really tests you in every way, physically, mentally, and spiritually. And it's really my faith and that connection to God that really calms me down, but also preparation. You know, everything needs to work, mind, body, and spirit. And when those are aligned, you're not worried about anything. You're just there to do your job and to do what you have to do. But boxing will test every aspect of it until you're in the ring under those lights against with tens of thousands of people watching you, and it's just you and that guy. Then you'll understand what I'm talking about. But it's as deep as it could be. It's just as pure as it could be. There's no gimmicks. There's no grabbing. There's no anything. It's just hand-to-hand combat and just you and him. So, yeah, it's very, very spiritual. But yeah, I get calm just by my faith and my belief in God and in the Lord, and everything else kind of plays into how it needs to be.
In terms of,
I just wish when he put out that message about his faith and all that, I just wish he was a lot more consistent. But what I will say is, seemed like since getting the opportunity at Barrios and popping back on the scene, he been consistently moving in the upwards or forward motion, I would say, right? He's moving forward with his career, right? He just got the best quality win of his career that made him a champion. So, I mean, just like anybody else, you make mistakes, but let's see if this is the time where he actually locks all the way in and tries to make a championship run out of it, instead of having a little 15 minutes of fame, being world champion, beating somebody that a lot of people expected you to beat, knowing that they gave you basically that handed you the title, you know what I'm saying? And now let's see if you were motivated enough by that to stay focused, stay locked in, and therefore put forth better performances, or are you going, you get what I'm saying? Are you going to fumble like Emiliano Vargas was saying? Are you going to like not be disciplined and start partying and doing the drinking and stuff again, right? You just don't know with this guy. Are you going to have another bender, as Emiliano put it, right? He was on your head a little bit. So Ryan has an opportunity to prove the world that he's ready to take his career to seriously and get the absolute most out of it. If he does that, then things could get interesting at 47. You know what I'm saying? Son of God, what's good, family? How you feeling, bro?
the business,
Sammy,
do you
what it
see
do?
yourself as more of a fighter or a media company now?
I'm definitely a fighter for sure. I just became a 147-pound world champion at welterweight, so I have to be a champion now, inside and outside the ring. And as you see my last fight, I took that step to be the champion that I know I've always been, and now it's time to be on a long reign of showing people why I was always chosen to be the next one up, and why I was called, future face of boxing long before I'm becoming it now.
I'm just gonna throw random things at you.
Yeah, he gonna mention the T.O. fight in this. He's been pretty consistent. A couple of days I seen. I played the kick stream where he released the date, and then this one he gonna speak about fighting T.O. again. And
Who are the top 3 influencers? Give me the Mount Rushmore of influencers, stops, and streamers who you'd like to punch in the face right now.
Who I would want to get a punch that changes it. I'll just give you who I think are the top influencers right now. Good.
How about Dean the Great?
Oh, he's not even in the top 100, brother. He's out there getting slapped. I don't like that man at all. But I mean, you think he's changing to his tune a little bit. And after getting your ass beat 3 times, you gotta humble yourself a little bit. And I think he has. So that's good news. But
I think he's very different. I think everybody's very different off camera than on camera.
No, I don't think so.
Really?
I think he has a temperament. I think it's short man syndrome, and I think that he doesn't know how to humble himself in front of people for some reason. But that's him, right? It's him as a human, you know?
I mean, as a professional fighter who can, your hands are a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Is your mind always is your finger always on that trigger? Like when you're around people like that, or is it, or not at all?
Some guy just pressed me the other day at a boxing gym. I don't really get my hands down on that trigger, but it definitely will be pulled if it needs to be. But I just look at them like where can we work this out? Because if there's no need to fight, what's the point of fighting, right? I don't have nothing to prove to you. I'm not going to win anything. You're not going to pay me anything. I know I could beat your ass. So I would be a coward if I took advantage of, because I want to show I'm tough. Like, I'm tough. I'll stand my ground. And if you cross boundaries, you will be met with a challenge. But other
I mean, I hear you, but I don't know, sir. Somebody backed out on you. Very apologetic.
What's up, bro? Nice to meet you, man. How you doing?
I met you before.
Where?
I'm my older brother. I'm his older brother.
No, I know that. That's what I'm saying. It's good. It's good.
We have a workshop, all right?
Okay, for sure. All right, for sure. I don't know about what, but
We were talking shit on some comments, and some dude should have put a video, right? And then you put washed. He's one of my favorite fighters.
I never said that. Prove it to me. Prove it to me, then I'll say sorry.
We'll go back on the air.
I promise.
Yeah, because I don't like all that.
No, I'm a man. If I really did say that, I'll say sorry. How about that? Yes, sir. You find out, I'll definitely say sorry. You want to know why I doubt it? Because I never used the word wash.
Well, that's what it's saying. Look,
I never. It might have been a clickbait. To be real.
Look, it was a video, bro. It was a video I saw, but it is when you say sorry, I got you.
For
sure.
Like,
God
bro,
bless you,
I've seen the video, man.
Sir.
I've seen it, but if you say sorry, it's all good. Z, what's good, homie? How you feeling, man? It's just funny, bro. Let's keep rolling.
than that, I try to keep my peace as best as I can because I've been doing this since I was 7 years old. You're not going to throw anything and show me anything I haven't seen.
So you started boxing at 7?
Yeah.
Can you tell me just a little bit about that? Where'd you grow up? Are you Cali born and raised?
Victorville, California.
Okay. And you went to high school here in Cali?
No, yeah, in Victorville, yeah, Cali.
Gotcha. So tell me about getting thrown into the boxing gym at 7 years old. How did it happen? Or why?
Well, I was just, it was me playing baseball around 6 years old. And I remember just trying really hard on the team and trying my best and giving everything I got and then being placed in fourth. And I was disappointed in my teammates and disappointed in everybody's effort. And at the time I was young, so I wasn't thinking of being a leader and getting my guys together and trying to make them better. Instead, I was like, bro, this is bullshit. I don't want to play baseball. Is there any sport one-on-one? And my uncle actually told me there's a sport called boxing and it's one-on-one. Would you like to do it? I was like, let's do it. And then went into the garage and hit the mitts a little bit. And then I was hooked right there. Sinachinis, huh?
That's interesting. No, this is my friend. My friend
3 at one time?
4.
You're insane.
My friend.
What milligrams?
No, these are just caffeine. So my friend Howie,
I was about to trip out.
My friend Howie sold Logic e-cigarettes for $700 million. He made plenty of money before that. This is his new company, and I love it. If I drink a cup of coffee, I'm like jittery.
I
can put 4 of these in my mouth, and it's smooth. It's great.
No crash.
No crash. And you know what else is weird about this? If I drink coffee late at night, is
it better
after
than
4,
an energy drink?
It's different.
It's different.
It's different. It's just cool, like. The only thing I'll say about this that maybe I don't like is like when I'm in the gym, I don't drink as much water when this is in my cheek, but I like it in my cheek.
For sure.
But you know how you have to drink water when you're obviously doing your shit. That's interesting. So your frustration with not being able.
Man, what, bro? What do you got? Caffeine in the tablet, bro? Get that shit out of here. Don't nobody want that. That's why y'all be all messed up, man. Y'all just be unnecessary shit. Yeah, it's cool. He couldn't even describe it. What do it do for you? You in the gym, bro? Nobody want that. Hell, bro, they always some damn weird ass supplements. Ryan, you don't need to be taking shit.
Control outcomes on team sports is what led you to an individual sport.
Mm-hmm.
How quickly did people around you realize? Like, when did you peak? Like, when did it click? That like you were very comfortable in the boxing gym and everybody said, wait a minute, this kid is a bit of a prodigy. When did that happen?
I just think that whenever I was hitting the mitts and people were around, they would just stop and say, wow, what the heck? Like, it just often happened even when I was little. People kind of always gravitated to my performance and how I fight and how I hit the mitts and how I perform and my talent. So I think I just started noticing that a little bit, but then as I fought and went to the amateur ranks and I just wouldn't lose. And then I just started realizing like, okay, this may just be my life.
What was high school like for you? Were you small in high school? Did you grow late?
I was not small, but not big.
I was tiny. I wrestled 103 pounds. I didn't get laid till I was 18. High school was tough for me.
Damn. Yeah. No, I had sex at 14, but.
Yeah, no wonder his ass over here with caffeine, Folger pills and shit, talking about his high school was rough for him. He said, bro, y'all crazy. You didn't get laid till you was 18. Yeah, I bet using that word.
No, I actually did though. I lost my virginity at 14. But That wasn't really like a thing for me. More was just like a very timid, shy, sensitive person, but also outgoing, if that makes sense.
Did you fight in high school?
Not
Did
super
you ever
long.
have to
He
get in
gonna- he
fights
gonna
at house
bring up
parties
his
or anything?
little-
They would just want to fight me.
Briefly,
Yeah.
gonna
And
speak on
then
it to your
I never actually got into a
situation.
real physical fight. There was a couple instances that I was about to, and the whole school was watching. I didn't want to fight him. He was like 6'2", big dude, and I was just like, do I really have to fight this guy? All right. I just started getting in my stance, looking at him, and then I was like, and then I forgot how big he was. I was just like, all right, let's go. And then he just stopped. He just seen the stance, and he was just like, I'm good.
Really?
Yeah.
The art of fighting without fighting.
Yeah, I just showed him how I would fight anybody else, and he just kind of stopped and said, fuck that.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So never got into
I
a
don't
fist fight in
believe
high
that
school outside of the
shit.
boxing.
But I have slapped the shit out of a lot of people, though.
Got it.
So I never really closed my fist. Of course, that big dude, I would have had to close my fist. But most of the time, like people that have literally thrown punches at me, I just slapped them. I've
I ain't gonna lie, son. He's just making this shit up as he
knocked
go
out people
along.
with slaps.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, because I don't
Now
want to
he's
turn my
not.
fist.
He went from not having no fights to now you knocking people out with slaps. Like, yo, just listen to this shit. bro, them damn near fights then, bro. You out here knocking people out with slaps? That is bad, whatever. I ain't running with that.
I think I would kill somebody.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like killing anybody.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you don't want to do the paperwork.
Nah, not at all. And prove that it was self-defense.
I got you.
Now it's
So let me ask you a question. You see all these influencers starting to box and make actually real money from
It's self-defense, but you ain't never had no fight. Make it make sense, bro. Make it make sense.
Let's just
Yeah,
take
we
an
seen how
example
he
like
acted
Bradley
when-
Martin. If
when that
you
pressure on.
coached him for a year, if you gave a fuck to do that,
Yeah.
do you think you could teach him to beat Logan Paul in a rematch? Could you give somebody the rubric?
I could give him enough understanding of the game, but it's really up to his dedication. Like, I could tell him all the right answers. I think it would take more than a year. Take maybe 3 years to really give Logan. And he would have to slim down. He would have to come off steroids. He would have to do all that.
Yeah.
So, steroids slow you down.
I've seen some clips from years ago with you kind of almost getting into feuds with Jake Paul.
Steroids slow you down. You say that shit, whatever. You say that shit like you know. Like, you say that shit so matter-of-factly. Steroids slow you down. How would you know?
Could you give somebody the rubric?
I could give him enough understanding of the game, but it's really up to his dedication. Like, I could tell him all the right answers. I think it would take more than a year. Take maybe 3 years to really give Logan. And he would have to slim down. He would have to come off steroids. He would have to do all that.
Yeah.
So, steroids slow you down.
I've seen some clips from years ago.
Wow, he said all that shit with a straight face, bro. Steroids slow you down. He would have to come off the steroids. Man, bro.
With you kind of almost getting into feuds with Jake Paul on YouTube.
Crazy.
And I just wanted to know how much of that was theater, how much of that was real.
Most of it was theater. It wasn't until he started going low blows within my personal life that I was like, it wasn't like I was even trying to beef with him after that. It was just like, oh, you're like weird as fuck. Because
every little confrontation I seen with Ryan, he was uncomfortable. Benavidez, he was uncomfortable. Conor Ben grabbed him up. He looked very uncomfortable. Like he don't handle face-to-face confrontation well if it ain't staged.
we were always internet beefing, and then all of a sudden now you want to real low blow. I don't know. I think he was on drugs or something at the time, so maybe I'll give him a pass.
Do you remember where you were when Clavicular was brutally frame-mogged by the ASU frat leader?
Oh, man, I was sitting in my house, right? And it was like, I don't know. It was just one of those mornings where you just heard the birds like chirping, and then I just see him get mobbed.
Who mugs harder, you or Clav?
That's for the people to...
Clav is a little ratty looking.
You know, the thing about Clav, he's young. I think when he gets a little older, he'll be like, you know, a little stronger. He's a young buck right now. I met him. I hung out with him. He's a little young buck. I like him, though. He's pretty aware for his age. A little crazy, Doesn't make sense half of the time, but he's cool as fuck.
That's good to hear. I think he takes some big risks with some of the procedures he might do. So
a little too much.
You can't get one of those wrong. You can't get one of those wrong.
He has to be on point with that. Yeah, I wouldn't try to do all that, man. Hey, just worry about your diet. Your diet will.
All right, just catch me up on a little bit of relevant stuff.
Yeah.
Terrence Crawford being overrated. If you fought him, are you knocking him out, or is that a distance fight?
I think this is why I went to it. I should have trimmed it and just like edited it up to where he was just talking about the boxing stuff, because a lot of that was dragging. But the reason I was playing this because he touched on a couple of things that are going on now. You heard him talking about he been making a lot of comments about Crawford for whatever reason. That shit is ridiculous to me. And then, obviously, the Teofimo news, he spoke on that. This is one of the most recent interviews. This is like a day or two old.
That Terrence hasn't fought any young, hungry, talented fighters.
Listen to this idiot.
And if you look at his resume, he fought Errol Spence. He was already older. He fought Canelo, already old. Name one guy he fought.
Canelo was undefeated up there at 68. Nobody had beaten him up there. He was undisputed and the king of the hill. Errol Spence was undefeated when he fought him. King of the hill. You get what I'm saying? 3 of the belts. Yorkas Gamboa was that was young, undefeated, talented. Beat the hell out of him. He got quality wins. The fact of the matter is, just because you don't know who a fighter is, don't make them any less. That just means you got to do your homework. I get tired of this weak-ass resume conversation. Do you really think that you got a better resume than Terrence Crawford? You get what I'm saying? Like, you got some people now. I respect it, but you will never be able to do what he did, man. You ain't even disciplined enough. Like, you shouldn't even speak on the guy like this, and it's disappointing to hear because you're in boxing. You just now became world champion. Well, how old are you? You get what I'm saying? How many fights in? Look at they had to give you this opportunity, bro. If you really had to get it out the mud like a Terrence Crawford, you wouldn't even be in position. If it wasn't for your popularity and your social media following and shit like that, your ability to sell tickets, you wouldn't even got the opportunities you got. If you was an unpopular guy like a Terrence Crawford that had to fight tooth and nail for everything he got, you wouldn't be here right now. You get what I'm saying? You're talented, but you're talented, but Terrence Crawford is a generational talent. You get what I'm saying? Generational. J Bean was good with it. Hate all that. Oh, he older. Terrence Crawford is older than Errol Spence and older than Canelo Alvarez. I don't want to hear this, they old shit. How you claiming somebody old when you're the older guy? I don't want to hear that, bro. That's just discrediting people. Get what I'm saying? And then you got the nerve to bring up Luke Campbell like that's a flex, a guy that sat you in your back pockets. Tank made you take a knee like you was constipated or something. Get what I'm saying? Rolly beat you up and embarrassed you. Like, imagine Terrence Crawford, and no disrespect to Rolly, but imagine Rolly beating Terrence Crawford. You wouldn't even be able to bring, you shouldn't even speak on that man after some of the performances that you've had in your career, some of the things that you've done in your career. Too sizzle, my dog. What's good with it, Brody? I just hate to hear people get discredited, man, to try to make your point, man.
I met him. I hung out with him. He's a little young buck. I like him though. He's pretty aware for his age. A little crazy. Doesn't make sense half of the time, but he's cool as fuck.
That's good to hear. I think he takes some big risks with some of the procedures he might do. So a little
too much.
You can't get one of those wrong. You can't get one of those wrong.
He has to be on point with that. Yeah, I wouldn't try to do all that, man. Hey, just worry about your diet. Your diet will.
All right, just catch me up on a little bit of relevant stuff.
Yeah.
Terrence Crawford being overrated. If you fought him, are you knocking him out, or is that a distance fight?
I think that Terrence hasn't fought any young, hungry, talented fighters. And if you look at his resume, he fought Errol Spence. He was already older. He fought Canelo, already old. Name one guy he fought that was a young lion.
Listen to this shit.
You can't name him because he hasn't done it. He didn't fight Boots. He didn't fight Virgil Ortiz. He hasn't fought me. Devin Haney. He just doesn't fight anybody that's hungry.
Devin Haney. Devin Haney, fight you. When have you ever been? You just got the 47. How the hell? When was he ever going to fight you? When was you ever talking about fighting Terrence Crawford? You got to come off the smoke, man. What Conor Ben say? He on smoke, man. That's what you on. You on smoke. You pissing me off. Y'all waited till this man retired. You would have never talked like that to Terrence Crawford. Talking about he didn't fight you like fighting you solidifies somebody. Rolly beat you. Newsflash, bro. Rolly beat you. Rolly beat you. Rolly beat you. Terrence Crawford beating you wouldn't have been nothing special. Everybody in the world would have had him beating you. You would have been a massive underdog, and it would have showed. You would have got stopped. You don't have the defensive capability or the creativity to deal with no Terrence Crawford. You don't got the IQ or none of that. You'll get your ass whooped. You know what? I realized something, man. The guys that are really accomplished, that got it out the mud, that really know what it's like to be a champion, get to the top, and have to stay there, they don't have those type of feelings towards Crawford that he has. It's only the people. Notice, there's not one fighter that's like very accomplished and has been looked at as one of the best fighters in the world that sit up there and say a bunch of negative shit about Crawford. It's always guys like this, fly by night, getting by all popularity. They keep giving you opportunities because you literally a meal ticket and a lick, depending on what side of the spectrum you on. You get what I'm saying? You have not fought your way tooth and nail to get these opportunities. You've been giving them. You've been giving them. You get what I'm saying? And I respect it. I would have respected it if you would have got Devin Haney and it would have been a clean fight. You got the biggest fight of your career outside of Tank, and you fumbled it because you had PEDs. And now you up here talking about how he ain't fight no young lion. Man, shut up. He fought the people that he was supposed to fight, bro. He fought the Terrence Crawford retired, 38 years old? Talking about he fighting people old, and he multiple years older than these guys. Earl Spence ain't 38, and neither is Canelo Alvarez. Get the hell out of here. This dude was older than all these guys, man. Shit don't even make no sense. Shout out to Two Sis. Appreciate the love, man.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to my dogs. Two Sizzle. Oh, man, Rolly's had him. Yeah, remember, man, Rolly had him talking about the Batmobile. It was the fumes in the Batmobile that had him feeling off. Like, shut up, bro. Nah, it was that double left hand from Rolly that had you off, man. He chin checked you earlier, and you had your hands in your pockets all night. And then your dad did nothing but make excuses talking about how that wasn't you in there. But you talking about Crawford.
Same hunger he got. That's why he's beating.
I don't know shit, but I don't think he's going to fight again.
No, he probably won't. I mean, he made a bunch of money. I mean, I'm not forcing him to do anything. I'm just calling it how I see it. I don't care if he comes out of retirement or not. But if he wants to, let's do it. Because his trainer's the one that was talking shit. So,
yeah. Is Shakur scared to fight you at one?
Yeah, but it's like, I get it, man. Stand your ground as a man, but you got to be realistic, dude. Nothing about Ryan Garcia says he beats Terrence Crawford. Absolutely nothing. Like, when I say absolutely nothing, I mean absolutely nothing, bro. He would get destroyed. Like, bad, it'd be bad, bro. You thought Tank had you on bended knee. Terrence Crawford gonna really beat you up. Stop. He gonna do you bad. Telling you that fight would not end well for him at all. He'd get smashed out. Yeah. Then nobody tell him to go get his win back over Rolly. Hell no. And look, they sitting here talking about Devin ducking him now, when in reality that fight would already taken place if he didn't get beat up by Rolly. People got selective memory, bro. He talking this crazy about one of the most accomplished fighters and a true legit Hall of Famer, a dude that been a world champion since 2014 all the way up until now. You can't make this up. Can't make this up. That situation, I see, but that's not the Canelo and Benavidez is not the same situation as Crawford not fighting Virgil, Duran, and David. I know you didn't expect Crawford to fight David Benavidez. There's no way you could have thought that. As far as Duran and Ennis go, who's the blame on that? Didn't they tell you they was loyal to Showtime when that fight came about, when they was talking about it, right? when they accepted the IBF strap, that interim title, that took them directly out of the WBO rankings. They didn't have intent on fighting Terrence Crawford. As far as Virgil spoke Terrence Crawford's name a couple of times, but you think Oscar De La Hoya was going to put Virgil Ortiz in the ring with Terrence Crawford? He didn't even want to put him in here with Boots, the same Duran that you talking about right now. He got to get sued to make fights, right? Think about that. So it's not all on Crawford. It takes two, right? But tell me a time where Boots' side was actively pursuing Terrence Crawford ever in his career, ever. I ain't talking about no call-outs on the internet. I'm talking about actually putting the business behind it to make a fight. Never happened. Same thing with Virgil. They never was trying to put no Virgil in the ring with no damn, Terrence Crawford at all. Well, run through Ryan. He'd beat the hell out of Ryan Garcia, man.
147?
Oh, for sure. 100%.
Explain to me the rehydration clause thing. Why you don't want...
he wants, if he goes up to 147, he wants me to be on a rehydration clause where I can't go up to 157.
You can't enter the ring that heavy.
Yes.
Got it. Roger that.
All right.
People say he's pretty slick. How would you go about beating him?
I beat in a silk fight already, Devin Haney, which is longer, stronger, and faster than Shakur. So Shakur's better defensively, but he's never faced a guy as fast and with timing like myself.
Would you say that's probably the hardest fight for you right now?
No, it wouldn't be a hard fight. It would just be a thinking fight. And the thing is, you could think all you want. When punches are coming at you too quick, your brain can't react. I don't give a fuck what you got going on. Your brain, you just get hit, rocked. I mean, look at Devin Haney. He has good defense, but once he got... Sometimes you just can't see the punch coming. We've all been there, so...
You know why he'll never beat Shakur? Because he don't have the mentality to do it. Do he have attributes that could put him in position or catch him and win a fight and all that stuff? Yes. But he would never, in my opinion, beat a fighter like Shakur Stevenson because of how he thinks. He don't got the right mentality approaching a fight. I told y'all this before. Ryan Garcia is like a casual in his own mind. He got this inflated ass ego. He swear he the fastest thing in the world. That same speed and power got you beat up by Rolly that you promised the world you was going to stop that. Then you had the nerve to get beat up, embarrassed, and then blamed it on the fumes from the Batmobile that you decided to pull up in. You backed out the Batmobile. You know what I'm saying? That shame on you. You backed out with the wrong superhero. You get what I'm saying? You supposed to be the Flash, and you come as Batman. Shame in the good. I'm glad the fumes got to you. So again, in my opinion, why I don't think he would beat Shakur if they ever fought is because his approach to the game. All he talk about is punches coming at you, speed and power. And he said your brain can't think. Do you hear him? We all know timing trumps speed. This dude will never be somebody like Shakur, in my opinion. And that's why he wouldn't beat a Crawford. His IQ is the way he think. He don't think right. Teach was good, my guy. Shout out to Jason. What's good? It's crazy, right? Yeah, Bud was absolutely stopped this dude, man. Nah, we actually did. So tell me, this is, I don't know. I got to get back to the cook because I can't be distracted today. I got to start ignoring shit. When was Terrence Crawford and Benavidez in the same division? When was Terrence Crawford and David Benavidez ever in the same division? Ever. When was they each other's man? Well, or one was the other mandatory? Was Benavidez ever Terrence Crawford mandatory or vice versa? Was Benavidez ever fighting the fights and positioning himself to fight Terrence Crawford? Do you see how silly of an argument that is? You can't be serious, bro. You can't. We're not saying, I'm saying the only fight I say, I know you didn't expect Benavidez to fight Crawford to fight Benavidez. I said that. Did you hear what Benavidez said when he got asked about fighting Terrence Crawford? Said he didn't want to do it. So much for that. Why even ask about something silly like that? The guy on the other side ain't even interested in the fight either. You know what I mean? He beat Spence. He beat who he beat. Jerron Ennis. They never tried to make they wasn't pursuing no Terrence Crawford. And neither was Virgil Ortiz, man. Case closed, man. Can you refute what I'm saying instead of keep saying the same simple-minded shit? Did you ever see Oscar De La Hoya actively trying to pursue a Terrence Crawford fight for Virgil Ortiz? Did you see Showtime and Boots wasn't with he was with Cameron Duncan? Have you ever seen Cameron Duncan try to put Boots in the ring with Terrence Crawford? Y'all gotta be real with yourself, man. You gotta be real with yourself. You just be saying stuff. Just be saying shit. Canelo was actively in the same weight class with Benavidez and avoided him like a plague. Tell me, when was Crawford and Benavidez ever in the same division with that going on? Ever. You just talking, you just saying shit that don't make sense, man. Let's get back to this. Back to what I was saying.
Are we going to see you in Tank fight again?
Blue, what's good, my guy?
I would love to. I think he needs to clean some of his act up and get back in the sport. We all want to see him back, including myself, so I could run it back with him. But I don't think we're going to fight for a long time. He won't go up to 147 either. A lot of these guys, they want me to take the risk and go lower all the time, but they won't do it. Sounds a little pussy to me, especially in the fact that I'm always willing. I can't always be willing to take the extra step to make the fight happen. I've done that year in, year out. And now that I'm a world champion, you're going to have to come to me now. And if you don't want to, I don't really need you anyway. So what does matter? The thing about Tank, before, he thought that people really need him. And now that, we got Turkey Al-Sheikh, you got all these other big players, Netflix, and people that are coming in the sport. There's really no such thing as A-side anyways. So,
bro just said there ain't no such thing as A-side, bro. Now he want to convince you there's no such thing as A-side. I swear, he's not as dumb as he's coming off in his interview, right? He's smarter than that. But when dudes trying to make a point, they willing to say anything. He's an idiot. They want me to take all the chances. He not coming up to 47, dude. He not. If you was smart, you would have made 135 pounds and fought Tank. Smart guy. Stop clout chasing. You ain't trying to fight him. You said it's pussy that they want you to take the risk. Is it pussy that you said you was going to take Shakur belt at 140? Is it pussy that you said you wanted a whole weight class at 144 and you and Shakur could do a whole weight class at 144? Ain't that what you said? Is it pussy that you now acting like you didn't say none of that and they got to come up to you because now you just now got a title because they really like catapult you in this position. They really did everything. They set the table perfectly for you to win. Seriously, bro, they did. And if you wasn't a ticket seller, this would not be the case, bro. If you had to get it how you lived, you would have never been a world champion. You would still be searching for your first world title opportunity. Seriously. Motown, what's good with it, homie? Yeah, I'm telling you, the dude just get in these interviews and they just yap, bro. They just say anything.
So now you have no excuse but to fight people, but he still won't fight people, which nobody really calls him out on that. But he hasn't fought really, other than myself, who has he fought? I'm out here fighting Devin Haney. I'm out here fighting fucking Tank Davis. Now I'm about to fight Teofimo. I'm fighting everybody that's in front of me and all the people that are just afraid to get in the ring with. But you haven't done nothing. So
this last
Shakur
fight
just fought Teofimo. You're not doing shit that nobody's doing. Shakur just fought Teofimo. He schooled him, the absolute schooling. You saying that's how you know dudes just be talking. He's saying he fighting all the people that nobody want to fight. Like who? Name the people that he's fighting that nobody want to fight. Name them. Name the people. See what I'm saying? Just saying shit. Just saying shit. Nobody's coming up to 47 because you really should be up at 54 somewhere. You get what I'm saying? You got a title now. You walk around with your chest poked out. You better hope somebody don't come relinquish you of it, man. You better be glad that a certain somebody ain't at 147. You know what I'm saying? Because that title will be in jeopardy. I'll tell you that. I like Brian, but some of the things that he say it turned me off as a fight fan, man. He just be yapping. And you want respect, but you have none for one of the most absolute accomplished fighters in the history of all of boxing. You don't got no respect for him, but you want somebody to respect you because you quote unquote fighting everybody, right? You get what I'm saying? You fighting everybody. I hate this. Dudes get the one good win in this space that starts talking about they fighting everybody.
Barrios, was that the best you felt in a fight? Or
oh yeah, 100%. 27 now, coming into my prime.
Absolutely.
I was very focused, dedicated myself fully to the craft. Always knew exactly what it was, but something, just clicked. It was just like, okay, time to turn the corner. We learned a lot of lessons growing up from 19. I've been professional now 10 years, and I got a lot of stuff very early since I was 19. Had a lot of opportunities that a lot of boxers don't have. Millions of dollars, a lot of attention. So it was a process of learning how to go through that. But now I felt like I was finally ready to become a champion, and I just locked in with everything. And then you seen what it was in the ring.
Tell me about your faith. And I want to ask a specific question.
Yeah.
I had a rock bottom part of my life. I actually made a lot of money in my 20s. I lost it at 30. I ended up meeting a Harvard neuroscientist. I'm from Boston. And he taught me something, PIESSO, physical, intellectual, emotional, social, spiritual, sexual, occupational. These are all things that neurologically you need to optimize to live a happy, best life, right? Spirituality, he taught me there's a lot of neuroscience behind it that can't be explained. For example, if you take a prison population and you give half the Bible and the other half don't have it, and you watch the two populations, drastic differences. Scientists took these 2 glasses with rats, right? And they drop the rats in, rats start treading water. About 15 minutes, they drown and they die. They start the process over again. Drop new rats, new glass, new water. They start treading. Around 14 minutes, they'll take the rats out. They'll towel them off. They'll feed them something and they'll drop them right back in the water. So the rats could only last 15 minutes the first time around. How long do you think they last on the second time after swimming till near exhaustion?
I would say longer, right?
Longer, but take a guess.
30 minutes.
60 hours.
Oh,
250 times as long. Why?
They put him on with dude.
Because they went through those trials.
Because they believed they were going to be.
Yeah. I don't care about
who you are. Just so like strong, and the conviction was so strong. And like I was so fearful. I didn't even know what happened. And it wasn't something I asked. I didn't pray for it. I just boom.
Was good.
And it was so I took him back so much. But then I truly understood, okay, there's something deeper here that has that there was something more to the purpose. That's not just boxing. There's something deeper in my life that is my calling. And every day I try to walk in that. And I think that's where I'm at now, you know. Before my last fight, right? All I heard from God was discipline. That's all I heard from him. Discipline. I didn't hear nothing else from God, because usually I hear a lot. And all I heard was discipline. So I showed up to the gym every day, even though I was out of shape. I just lost to Rollies. I had nothing going for me. It was after I beat Devin Haney. And then I was just like, God, well, like, where am I right now? And all I heard was discipline. So God really taught me that my body is a temple. You know, I kind of took advantage of my talents and all the things that I had going for me, and didn't respect the gifts he gave me.
I want to ask, you know, when you say all you heard from God was discipline, did that come in church? Did that come at random times?
I like to hear him speak that way, but long as he stay consistent with that message, man, because he's saying now he spoke to you and it was all about discipline. And okay, I hope we see the most disciplined version of Ryan Garcia.
That come in a silent moment, or it just comes?
It was a meditation. It's just almost like a.
Well, that's what I want to know. I'm going to tell you why I'm called to ask this. I feel like even my life, one thing I could improve. There's a Jelly Roll song that says, you know, I only talk to God when I need a favor. Mm-hmm. And I find my prayer is a lot of asking, please do this for me. Please do that for me. Da, da, da. And when I'm around you and I ask you, I said, what's it like being on a big stage? How do you go into a big stage and perform? And your first thing out of your mouth was God.
Yeah.
And again, I'm fascinated by elite athletes, and they all, a lot of them are deeply rooted in faith. And you are inspiring me to, when I go and study my own relationship with God, not ask so much, but just embrace it more.
Yeah, it was more like a personal question of, what do I do? I don't hear nothing. I don't feel nothing. Where do I move? And it was just like a sense of, like, it's not like a voice. It's just like I could just see an image of my body. And then I question, like, oh, it's my body. I'm not taking care of my temple. It's almost like a knowing without knowing. Like, oh, I hear you and I know what you're explaining to me. It's something like I can't really explain it unless you have that.
Did anyone ever teach you how to meditate, or are you self-taught?
I'm self-taught. Yeah. I always play. It's funny. I'm not Jewish, but I play the shofar.
Yeah.
And I just hear the shofar nonstop for 3 hours straight. And I'll just be sitting down and just hearing the Lord. I won't even say anything sometimes. Now I'm just like, almost just like pulsing.
You know what that's called? Yeah. It's called esoteric energy.
See, I didn't even know that. See, so I'm just
done. I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. I'm good. So you heard the way he talked about Crawford in his interview. Felt like his people would tell you a guy that 3-time undisputed 5-division champion got a tainted legacy. Not because he popped dirty, had controversial wins, and none of that. All because certain guys, he wasn't able to fight them. You get what I'm saying? Anybody that jumps up to 168, especially that late in their career, and challenge the top guy there, is not scared to take on a single challenge. If it was Boots that was in position instead of Errol Spence, then that's who he would have fought. I believe that. I don't think Terrence Crawford spent no time in his career ducking smoke. Think about it. All the politics in boxing, and he still managed to be undisputed in 3 different divisions. You think he did that by just trying to be selective and not fight guys? The only people say that is the ones that didn't pay attention when that lawsuit came about, and they didn't read some of the stuff that was in that lawsuit and why Bob Arum was complaining about losing money on Terrence Crawford. It wasn't that he was losing money on the fights. He was having to pay Terrence Crawford whenever he was unable to secure him a premium opponent, if you will, right? So he got paid extra what, 7 figures or something like that each time he didn't get him the kind of fight that he was supposed to get. So that was more so politics and the promoter. And the proof is in the pudding. When Terrence Crawford made the 2 biggest fights of his career, he did both of them without the guy that promoted him the longest, and Bob Arum. Left over there with Bob Arum, made the Spence fight without him, and made the Canelo fight without him. So he did it his way. Did it his way, and he didn't do it ducking nobody. You know what I'm saying? Made that Canelo fight while he was old as hell, made that shit look easy as what he made it look. It's hard to just look at what Crawford did and not respect it, bro. It's hard. That's tough. So Ryan Garcia is supposed to be fighting TL in July 25th. I hope they do fight. I want to see it. He doing all his talking. He done did at least 2 interviews where he spoke about fighting TL both times. I'm not hearing much on TL end, so I'll be on the lookout for that. But he also did a little back and forth. He had a back and forth with Emiliano Vargas. And this is what he had to say about Emiliano in that fight. Last fight Emiliano had, they stopped it early, prematurely, in my opinion. And Ryan gave his opinion on it, and Emiliano did. He wasn't feeling it. Let me run the clip. Yeah, real quick.
Hey, I don't think this is the same weight class, but Emiliano Vargas is fire, bro.
Hey, but he's a baby.
He's smart.
You understand what I'm saying? Like,
I know, but he's young, bro.
Hey, bro. But the thing is, I wasn't even talking shit about him. You know what I said? I said the referee, horrible stoppage, and I will still say that.
Emiliano?
Yeah, the stoppage was horrible.
They had a fight that they just fought, and the referee stopped it a little too.
For no reason.
Oh.
It's because.
But he thought I was talking shit about him.
Oh.
No, of course not. No, it's about the ref.
It's about the ref, bro.
The ref is the problem.
It's the problem.
Not you. I don't give a fuck what you do. You're a baby. You're not even you're still a prospect.
Oh, wow.
What are we talking about?
What do you think? Where do you think Emiliano sits in the categories? Like, is he in the top 1%?
He's top 1%.
Okay, word.
But top 1% of possibilities to become a superstar.
Yeah.
We're not talking about a good fighter. We don't know him yet. You know, we don't know what he got.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Okay, I see that.
But he has a superstar potential.
Oh, how is he in the top 1%? You don't know what he got.
But
he just has to be, in other words, he has to be put to the test. And
then he ain't never fought no Luke Campbell. When I was 21, 22, I was fighting Luke Campbell. He's 20, 21 fighting. We can't even name
It's because here's the thing. Fights are won through adjustments.
Knockout in Madison Square Garden, though.
That's me.
That was Emiliano.
No, that was me.
That was him right here at the Honda
20
Center.
seconds.
No, in Madison Square Garden.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God! Now we being particular. Okay.
No, he's yeah. No, which is good.
So you're a Emiliano fan?
Yeah, he loves them. Yeah. Which is good though. It's fine.
We're not mad at it, but I'm just saying, like.
But I'm a.
Hey, Papa, look, hey, do me a favor though. Just hold on, I got it. Let me take this.
Go.
Just look at the timer here, and it's Ryan's time.
Yo, I don't know who that dude is with the man bun. Whoever dude is with the man bun is super annoying. Super annoying. He fanboyed out. So that was him talking about Emiliano and that stoppage that he had recently. Look, I thought the stoppage was premature, but I also made sure I said it wasn't on Emiliano. He did what he was supposed to do. Let his hands go. The ref seen it fit to stop the fight. It is what it is. But I just think I know what that was. They gave him the knockout. They wanted to have a knockout. You know what I'm saying? They selling Emiliano. They building him. And I think the referee was a little quick on the trigger. But that's nothing against Emiliano because, again, he did what he was supposed to do. That dude, he had a good fight. That guy was testing him, man. I think a couple more fights like that going to really prepare him for the next level, too. And he had a little response to Ryan Garcia.
You know, we know he drinks. We know he's parties. He does all this other stuff. He has mental episodes. This stuff that we do know, right? So I don't know if I was on the receiving end of one of those benders, right? So hopefully, you know, he gets his stuff together. I mean, he looked real focused his last fight, but I hope he keeps that. The thing is this, discipline wins at the end of the day. I'm willing to do what you won't do. So, hey, maybe we fight and 3-4 rehabs later, you know, we'll see if he's still able to make the fight.
My bad. Yeah, it's just Ryan's time. Shout out to Cal. What's good, bro? It's just Ryan's time. Shut up, man. Who is dude, man? He got put somebody got to tell him put them damn poems away, man. That ain't it. That ain't the way to do it, bro. That's not it. We ain't feeling that. I ain't feeling that, man. It's just Ryan's time. Well, we gonna see. Hopefully he didn't get the boxing world in an uproar and throw out a date that's not really, you know, ain't concrete. I hope he didn't do that. Like I said earlier, if he's fighting Teofimo, it's another proven fight for him. I will respect it because it's another one of the so-called, I guess, 4 kings, ain't it? You know what I'm saying? So he would have had fought Tank, Devin, Tio, Rolly. Rolly ain't one of them, but Tank, Devin, and Tio, I could respect, especially if you rematch Devin at any point and do it on an even playing field. I could respect it. I would want to see it. You get me? So 50-50 fight. T.O. can't afford another loss and shit. Neither could Ryan, man. It could be low key. It could be an early crossroads fight for both of these dudes. Emiliano took some shots, man. He took no PEDs involved. I'll try juicing next time. Damn, this was the comment that sparked a back and forth between these two. Get me? Ryan spoke about the stoppage, and then he said no PEDs. I'll try juicing next time, man. That's funny. Ryan, I get past Tio. I think it's a 50-50 type fight, but if I had to lean towards somebody, I could lean towards Tio. I think Tio could do a bit more than Ryan. I think Ryan really, really just like speed and power. He think that's the answer to beating everybody, and I feel like that's not always the case. You get me? So let's see. If you could beat Tio, and that's saying something, bro. I do. I think you could start to build some momentum and really make a name for yourself. You could kind of 180 your career a little bit. You get what I'm saying? With the right kind of win. So we're going to see, man. We're going to see. July 25th. Let's see if they actually line this fight up, man. But let's keep rolling. Got to talk about this, man. Shout out to my guy, man. Boxing Scene reported. We already kind of knew this was coming, right? I think we already knew this was coming, y'all. Keyshawn Davis and Nahir Albright. We all remember that clip that he dropped. Remember when he was saying he fighting soon? He was saying it's somebody that he had controversy with before. Somebody he had controversy with. Albright is somebody he had the controversy with. His fight got turned into, a no contest due to the test for the cannabis, as they put it. So, they took that off his resume, and now, since then, Keyshawn has won, become world champion. Lost his title on the scales, came back, beat up Jermaine Ortiz. Albright has beat Kelvin Davis. Keyshawn older brother. You know what I'm saying? And now they'll be doubling back for a rematch May 16th in Norfolk. I think it'll be another big opportunity for Keyshawn. Why I like this move? Because it allows him to kind of right two wrongs, if you will. The no contest, the fight that was turned into a no contest. Now you can get an official win on your record, right? You had that fight. Now you can keep all the fighting in the ring. You get what I'm saying? Nah. Gotta be realistic. Gotta be realistic, man. Gotta be realistic. A lot of those people that you would be think, and this is the problem with boxing. When you hear these opponents, we start thinking about everybody else they could have fought, but we gotta be realistic. You get what I'm saying? Who was he supposed to fight that was gonna be available? You know what I'm saying? You gotta think. Top Rank just found a new home. Gotta give it some time to be built, man. And he is just coming back off, he coming off an impressive win, but it's a little controversy there, right? Think about it. He beat his brother. They're supposed to have jumped him. He called Keyshawn out, right? People said that was his toughest fight. He get to put all that to bed. You get what I'm saying? And go out there and do what he did the first time or do it even better. So I like what I'm saying in 2026. Gary Russell ain't got a date. And think about what you said. Think about what you're saying, though, Damon. He ain't got a date. Think about that. He don't. And when the next time you think, that's the problem. You know what I mean? The last person he talked about fighting was Kid Austin. Said he wanted to fight Kid Austin. Just because you don't got a date don't mean like you available to fight that guy. The business got to make sense. Did you ever heard anybody in boxing talking about making Gary Russell and Keyshawn Davis? You know what I'm saying? Are you talking about Gary Antoine Russell? Nah, that's not going to happen. I think my Keyshawn race with Norman. It'll be a good fight, but Keyshawn, I don't think this. They didn't say nothing about 47. I'm assuming this will still be at 40. Really, 140 champ. Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Damon, think about what you're saying. Where Gary Russell at, bro? Who is he with? PBC. And why would they be looking to make that dangerous fight instead of even exploring a unification or possibly a title defense? You got to make it make sense. What you're suggesting are not bad fights. I want to be clear. But I want you to understand, like, notice when you don't hear, not saying that they couldn't be working on it behind the scenes, but you've heard no mention of that. And you ain't seeing top rank PBC fighter. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I like the Russell brothers. Shout out to them. I like the Russell brothers, man. Nah, I think it's a good fight too, Rico. I think it's a good fight. It's a good rematch. It's a good rematches, man. It's a good rematch. Rematches are good for boxing, and this is one of them. This is one of the good ones. I'm saying little controversy, right? The brawl or the little scuffle, should I say? Not brawl, the scuffle in the locker room, right? In the back and all that stuff, right? And then he beat his brother. Keyshawn was on camera looking, visibly bothered by it, right? So, yeah, man, it's a good fight. It's not a bad fight. Getting things back going. Albright 142 versus Martin. All right, I like Albright, and I think it's a good fight because Albright coming off that fight with Frank Martin with some controversy where I thought he beat Frank. I thought he got the edge. They're not gonna do it. I don't know if it's that, Rico, but we know PBC got a tendency to go after in-house fights first. They ain't gonna just. You will definitely see a in-house fight before you will a cross-promotional fight. For sure. Shout out to the professor and McQueen. I know I see my guys slipping in the back though. So I don't know. I like this fight. I like this rematch, man. This is good for Keyshawn, man. You know what I mean? And it's very consistent with what he was saying. He had controversy with this dude. There's some people that think Albright actually is a tough fight for him, right? Let's see it. I thought he beat him, without no controversy the first time. But then, the marijuana test came back. So, Keyshawn got to he could kind of clean that up. You know what I'm saying? The one little hiccup on his record, his resume, he could clean it up. So it's a good fight, man. It's a good fight. Albright really can scrap, bro. Got that Philly pride. That boy be fighting, man. He took Frank Martin through some hell. He put Frank Martin through some real tough moments, bro. Real tough moments. My bad, y'all. But Albright starting to make me like he also. Well, yeah, nah. Albright been a good fighter, bro. He's fought quality guys. He got multiple quality fighters on his resume. Multiple. Well, he's been a dude that's been being tested, and he ain't scared to challenge himself. So think about it. He fought Frank, fought Kelvin, he fought Keyshawn, who else? Jermaine Ortiz, I think it was. He got a few good names on there. Favorite G's, what it do? So he been a good fighter for a minute. You know what I'm saying? He always been good, should I say? It's just now when you start getting the right opportunities that allow you to showcase your talent on a bigger stage, more people see you. And now that people like controversy and backstory. So they seen a lot of people did see the Keyshawn Davis fight, right? He did land some good shots on Keyshawn, right? One real good shot in particular that everybody keep talking about. So again, there's people out there that think that this dude has gotten a bit better since then, and they like to see the rematch. So I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. I like Albright though. Norman come back to fight. Yeah, me too. I like B Norm, man. Albright just fought, right? Yeah. Albright just fought Frank Martin. And now, this would be in May, though. This would be in May. And I respect it. Why, y'all? They saying in Norfolk. That's Keyshawn hometown. He going back to the scene of the crime, bro. They going back. He going to his hometown. That's saying something. I got a lot of respect for Albright for this move. A lot of respect for Albright. Especially after the fight with Frank, that was a grueling fight for him, and it could have went either way. But I thought he edged it at the end. I thought he closed the fight stronger. I think he hurt Frank Martin two good times in that fight, 2 really good times, and Frank looked like he had a tough time closing the fight out. But nonetheless, he fought his ass off too. It was a really good fight, but I really thought Albright edged it. I really did. And I know Keyshawn want this lick back because not only did the win not count when they fought, he beat his older brother. So, Key ain't feeling that. Keyshawn about to get it back in blood for his big bro. He about to get it back in blood for his big bro. And I think it's going to be a good one, man. 6 months, that's great. Nah, yeah, that's when you see the best version of a lot of these fighters, bro, keeping them active, man. Them long-ass gaps and breaks in between fights be killing guys' momentum, man. They really do. So it's smart that they keeping Albright busy and they testing him, man. You got to respect it. Gotta respect it. You fighting them fights. Last 3 would be what? Kelvin, what was it? Kelvin, Frank, and then Keyshawn again. You know what I'm saying? So let me pull up his box real quick, man. He got some. He been tested, bro. This dude been tested. Getting right back in the mix, man. A few months later, I'm telling you, bro, keep him active, man. See the best version of him. Let him get a whole training camp because there was some talk about him not having a whole training camp. Yeah, man. Look, man. Last 5, man. Well, his last 3. He fought Frank Martin. A draw. Kelvin, that was a majority decision. He won there. You know what I'm saying? Before that was Keyshawn. So you got Frank Martin, Kelvin, and Keyshawn Davis in your last 3 fights. know what I'm saying? You fought Jermaine Ortiz. You get what I'm saying? Fought Jeremy Hill. He fought a couple of good solid fighters, man. Albright can scrap, man. Albright can scrap for sure. Hell yeah, that's good money because they was just in the ring. What was this? February, March, April, May. Yeah. Yeah, that's another 3 months. That's about 3 months. That's keeping somebody active. That's what we need to see. Hopefully, Frank Martin get a fight sooner than later too, though. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, they don't have him sitting on the sideline for a long ass time too, because he already was sidelined after fighting, after losing the Tank. Right, he was sidelined for a minute. So now, not winning this fight, I think Key gonna make it look easy. OMG was good, fam. Look, I think he can make it look more convincing than he did the first time. But I also think Albright could put up a fight, right? Like he did the first time, because that's just what he is. That's his makeup. Albright is a scrappy dude. He could fight. I think both fighters got better since they seen each other. More experience, quality wins. Yeah, man. I think both guys, you could say, probably got better, a little bit better. So I think this is one of them rematches that need to happen, bro. So we could eliminate the controversy. No controversy, no failed marijuana test, no nothing. Just a clean fight. Frank Martin should be getting a fight right away. Yeah, he should, bro. He should. They got to keep him active. Yeah, he went on Cigar Talk. And he had called Keyshawn out. He was the only one of the few people calling him out that I think is absolutely serious and in position to make the fight as we see now. So rematches need to happen, man. I think Key stops, bro. Focus. Key's dangerous, yeah. Yeah, Key dangerous. Key dangerous, man. He made some changes that I think is going to benefit him for the long term, as long as he stay on that same track, right? He made the adjustments. Now just reap the benefits of the adjustments you made. He making smarter decisions. You back in the mix. You got back-to-back fights. You just had an impressive, dominant win over Jermaine Ortiz. And Albright is a guy that fought Jermaine. He lost to Albright lost to Jermaine Ortiz. Albright, that's one of his losses. Is to Jermaine Ortiz. The other one is he lost his pro debut. So Albright, man, 17-2-1, 7 KOs, not the craziest record, but it's deceiving. Don't be deceived by the record. That dude could fight. And when I say from Philly, that should tell you what type of time he on. He get in there and fight, and don't let him beat you, because he gonna sing. He gonna sing a song after that too. He gonna see it, be in the ring singing after he beat your ass. So this is a good one, man. I like Albright, man. He ain't scared to fight. He want to challenge himself. He want these opportunities. He want to prove it. Prove that he one of the best. So, look, it's going to be another good fight. But he ain't beating Keyshawn. I just think the pedigree, skill set, overall consistency, efficiency of Keyshawn Davis, I think it's just different, man. I think they're different level. We seen it the first time, and I think we're going to see it again. But I think this time around, I could see Keyshawn winning more impressively. I could see him being more dominant or winning even more convincingly, right? So that's what I want to see. Eliminate the controversy. No controversy. You know what I'm saying? No controversy. Good fight, but Key gonna park him this time. He gonna stop. Hey, that'd be impressive. That'd be impressive if he can stop him. If he can stop Albright. Like, that's the thing. Could you stop Albright? Because Albright caught you with a good shot that people can't stop talking about. So, right? How do you approach it? Do you approach it the same way? Are you cautious going into the fight? He did beat your brother. Do you think any differently about him? But knowing Keyshawn, he gonna go in there and do what he do, man. He gonna go in there and do what he do. I think he's gonna be locked in. Tunnel Vision was good. What he say? Think it's gonna be a hard fight? I think it'd be competitive. Tunnel Vision for sure. Because Albright, like, I can't stress that he can go, bro. You see what he was doing to Frank Martin, bro. He kept having answers for Frank. He was putting some hands on Frank Martin, man. Caught him with a couple of shots, and he got like this offbeat timing about him, like this rhythm about him, Albright, that makes him a good fighter. He underrated, yo. He really could fight. I'm telling you, his brother could fight too. Both of the brothers could fight. Both Albrights. They both got hands. They both both of them could fight. Yeah, I'm with you, Tunnel Vision, but nah. But look, I'm because it's an honest conversation. Tunnel Vision, it could be a hard fight. It could be. Because look, looking at Frank Martin, look, Frank was talking a certain way. Now looking at it, that fight looked hard for Frank, didn't it? That shit was tougher than that fight was even tougher for Frank than Artem was, right? So I get what you're saying. Nahir Albright has the ability to make the fight hard in spots for sure. I think overall what's going to cost him is Keyshawn is very efficient and intentional with the things that he do, right? He really got that Olympic pedigree that I can't say enough about, and it shows. He's never been in there with a guy with a losing record. Like, he's always been tested. So I think the mission is going to be the same. Maybe this time he want to make a statement. Maybe does Keyshawn go in there and want to make a statement? Do that leaves him vulnerable? Do it cause him to force him to make more mistakes against Albright this time around? Do he go out there fighting off emotion? I mean, these are just questions that I'm just throwing out there because it's all possibilities, right? They got history. They had the little altercation in the back room. Keyshawn had to sit there and through the whole fight while he was outboxing his brother. I know that was tough to watch, knowing that you ain't fighting because you blew weight. You know what I'm saying? So Keyshawn is hungry, man. I think he hungry, motivated, and he said it. He wanted to get the lick back for his brother. So I like the backstory with this one too, y'all. I like this. Wasn't taking him to, hey, man, Mon George, you make a good point. He wasn't fully focused, and it was no Bomac. Now, I know he ain't with Bomac no more, but he seemed like he with people, and he picked up right where he left off. So another training camp with the team that he's been working with. No smoking now, more dedicated, more focused, locked in. I think we get a better result. So even if he doesn't beat him more convincingly or worse than he did the first time, I think we could possibly get a better fight because of where Keyshawn is mentally in his career, as well as making the changes, getting better. And then Albright getting a bit better and coming off that really good fight against Frank Martin that I think he really should have got the edge. I think he should have got the nod. Majority decision, something. He should have got the edge. That press conference be, yeah, because they're gonna talk about the situation. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. And he gonna end there early. He beat bro 7-3 and was smoking in camp. Yeah, I thought it was like 8-2, bro. I ain't gonna lie. OMG, 8-2, 7-3 is reasonable too, though. You know what I'm saying? But if that's a statement, if you can knock Nahir Albright out and do it early, that's the statement, bro. That's not gonna be easy. Buddy can go. He know how to handle himself in there. You know what I'm saying? He know what he's doing in the boxing ring. And he don't fight timid. You're not no timid guy. That Philly come out on for real. You think he got gas in the fight? It's possible. Possible, man. I expect him to try to make a statement though. He did it against Jermaine. And I know he gonna be going for a knockout this time. I know Keyshawn gonna want to stop him this time. So that'll be a feather in the cap if you can get him out of there. Yeah, he beat Frank, bro. I'm with you, Feather Jeezy. He beat Frank Martin, bro. He beat Frank ass. They know it. They know he beat Frank. They know it. They know. You could look at the look on Earl's face, man. You could look at that when they pan the camera to Earl's Spence, and you seen the look on his face, bro. He looked nervous. He looked, concerned, should I say. I don't want to say nervous. He looked concerned, like, man, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So I felt like he knew that fight was getting, it was razor close. It was competitive, but I just think Albright, what got him the nod, or what should have got him the nod, is I think he had the bigger moments he had the bigger eye-catching moments where he hurt Frank Martin. And I think he buzzed him a couple times, especially towards the end. And Frank Martin had to hang on. He had to hold on for dear life to make it up out of that fight. I respect it, though. But he was hurt. Albright got a second win. Yeah, he beat Jermaine easy. As if he wasn't. Yeah. He beat Jermaine Ortiz. You wouldn't even thought he was coming off a layoff. The way he beat him. The way he beat Jermaine, you wouldn't even thought he was coming off a layoff. And he mopped the floor with him and stopped him. Nah, he ain't never been KO'd. Hell nah. Albright, nope. He got decision losses. You know what I'm saying? Two decision losses. And one of them decision losses, bro, is to Jermaine Ortiz, Brody. One of them decision losses is to Jermaine Ortiz. It's crazy, right? Albright fought Jermaine and lost to him, right? And let me tell you when they fought. Let me look it up. They fought in 2022. He lost a UD, a 10-rounder, UD, 98-92, 97-93, 97-93. He lost a UD to Jermaine Ortiz. Jermaine was 14-0-1, and you know, he put hands on Albright. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Keyshawn gonna make it do what it do. You hear me? Shout out to OT, my dog. What's good? He said Wu ain't spit his mouthpiece out 2 times. I think would have got Frank out of there. Yeah, man. Keyshawn stops. Now OT came right in with it, man. He said he's stopping him. You think he getting Albright up out of there this trip? And you gonna get him up out of there? Woo! Man, that's a good fight. I can't wait to see it though, man. You know what I'm saying? They gotta put some respect on Key. On Apple Key. He get that stoppage. That's a statement, bro. He gonna shake some shit up, man. But I like the fact that they're taking it back to Norfolk because they know he got drawing power there, and his history. I think that could be another sellout. I ain't gonna lie. I hope they layer the undercard the right way too, man. I really do, man. Hope they do right by the undercard, man. They got to do right with the undercard, man. Big shout out to Marcus, man, for that 10-piece in the cash app, man. Always supporting the grind. Shout out to my dog Marcus, man.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Now, you know what? Shout out to Marcus. You know what? That's a good question, bro. Because we did hear Keyshawn making several comments about being and fighting at 47. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know if he's going up or it's going to be at 40, but I don't think Wu ever fought above 40, did he? Let me see. His Anthony Loreno, his debut was at like 47. Albright's his debut. That's the fight that he had lost, his debut, but he haven't had no fights up there. So my guess is it should be at 40 because Keyshawn last fight was there, and on top of that, that's where his last fight was as well with Frank Martin. So it seemed like it makes sense. It seemed like both of them could possibly be at their best at 140. Albright looked good, even though it was a close fight, man. Frank Martin was bringing that smoke, but man, Albright just closed really strong, man. 7-0-4 Joe, my dog, was good. OMG said he's gonna be there for sure. That's what's up. Keyshawn say going up to 147. That's why I asked. Yeah, so fair question, Marcus. I wonder that, but if I had to guess, just based on how they both looked in their last fight, and I don't know if Keyshawn is the right fight up there available at 47, right? I don't think Albright a 47-pounder. Okay, so they didn't say yet. They didn't say, but I would lean, in my opinion, I would lean toward it being 40 because that's where they both was at last time. And I didn't hear no talk about Albright talking about going to welterweight. I know Keyshawn said it, but Albright seemed like he want that fight so bad he'd take it at whatever weight. I don't think Albright cared. He just want the rematch. Thing is, he wanted the rematch after they fought the first time. He wanted the rematch. And he went on Cigar Talk. Shout out to my guy Najee. He called him out up there. Said he wanted that smoke. So now Keyshawn get to stand on his word. He did tell us he was fighting somebody that he had controversy with, that we know. That's a quality name. And nobody should be complaining because it's Albright after that. What should have been a win over Frank. Keyshawn just signed for 47. I know he was talking about it. He said something about going up fighting a champion too. I was thinking like he talking about Lewis Crocker, but I'm like, man, I doubt if they let him move right up to 47 and challenge right away for that title. So my guess is he probably stay put for another fight. Who knows how long he stay at 140? But I could be wrong. Maybe they announce it or more details come out and they'll say 147. But my guess is 140. My guess is 140. I don't see them both going up there. What is it? June? July. Which one was it? Blunt? I forget. June, July. I forget. What? He definitely got he coming back. Supposed to be coming back in the summer. Definitely at 40. Yeah, I could see that too, bro. I could see it. I could see it. And again, we gotta play a little bit of a guessing game until they tell. But to me, I think it'll man, that's crazy. My bad, y'all. OT Bizzle, what's good, Brody? How you feeling, man? Shout out to my dog, man. My guy Blunt. Yeah, so I can see it at 140, bro. I think that because again, I think Albright look strong at that weight. He looked good up there against Frank, and I think they want to see it there. You know what I'm saying? But with Core be coming back around in summertime. My guess is the way it looks. I'm not saying for sure, but just given how things look, like there's not a whole lot of options. But if he going back to 35, man, it ain't too many people I could see him fighting at 35. You know what I'm saying? June, July, August. It could be. I'm gonna see if I can get any insight on it if he know. I'll ask. I ask straight up. He looked like he in shape right now. He is in shape right now. You know what I'm saying? He been killing it since he got out the gym. Out the ring with Teo. So he'll be back sooner than later. My guess is if he had 35, I hope it's Raymond Moritai. I really do. Think that's the fight to make for him. 40, I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna get a quality name up there. OTB, what's good with it, bro?
Man, what's up with my brother?
Man, over here chopping it up with the fan. You know it. Shout out to my guy.
Man, coming to give you your just due. You understand, man? Man, got to give you your just due, man. And I want to say thank you, Brody. Thanks for being a real one, bro.
I appreciate you. You know we on the job.
Thanks for welcoming me back in the boxing, bro.
Man,
I really gotta, I mean,
need you back.
I took my time, but I wanted to look you in the eye and tell you thank you.
I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I'm glad I could do it. It's good, man. I'm glad somebody was listening to me. We need my guy back out here, man. We need you out here. Great fight.
Man. But I think that we gotta really give Keyshawn his props, bro, for going back and getting this fight. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that he getting enough respect for really walking back and walking this fight down when the first fight, this was really his toughest fight. Yeah, I mean, and when we in an era where a lot of fighters ain't going to look for those tough fights, we watching him spin the block on his, and that deserves some credit, man.
Right, facts. Now he got a lot of flack recently, for some of the stuff that he was doing, and some of it you understood, right? But for me, just being the guy that I am, knowing I'm considerably older than these dudes and knowing the kind of mistakes I made, you see them do these things. It's not, you're not justifying it, but you're like, all right, but he could recover from that. And they was just treating it like he made mistakes that you just can't recover from. And I just didn't see it that way, man. He messed up, you know, he smoked, got the Albright fight, no contest. You know, he had the fight in the back. He blew the weight with Edwin De Los Santos, had to mess up a $1 million payday and a potential sellout event. He had to watch as he ushered and catapulted Abdullah Mason into the spotlight on his car. He had to sit through that. That shit probably could make or break you. I seen the picture when he was sitting out there in the crowd. Like, it looked like he was stressing for a minute, bro. They put that camera on him. He had his hands on his head, watching his brother lose. Like, so I'm watching. This is how I see the story. I'm like, this gonna make a hell of a get back story. I'm like, it is, and that's what I'm always looking forward to. Yeah, I see you mess up. I see you stumble. Yeah, you smoked a little bit. You got caught up. Wasn't focused. You ain't had Bomac in that fight. Then you got it all back. You was riding high, and then you shot yourself in your foot. You cheddar bobbed yourself with your momentum with the, you know, with the De Los Santos situation. You had people questioning if you scared of this and that. It was a lot. So to see him bounce back, go out there, fight Jermaine Ortiz, get the co-main event with Shakur, and they beat ass the way he did on that card, man, both of them. I'm glad for him. I'm happy. You seen Albright coming off a controversial fight with Frank Martin, but still looking really good. Hurt Frank twice in that fight, definitely late. This is a must-see rematch. Must-see. I like Albright fighting spirit. I like his energy, his attitude. That Philly pride is real. And don't let him beat you, y'all, because he gonna sing on you. Big shout out to my dog, Blunt Sports. Support the real and the content. My dog. Appreciate it.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to AB. That's a classic AB interview. Shout out to my dog, Blunt. So yeah, man, I'm with you, Blunt, OTB. They definitely need to give Keyshawn more respect, man. I don't know why they frustrated by him. I've been an advocate for this dude for the longest. I told him he was gonna be one of them ones. I'm happy to see this shit. He running around promoting himself. You know what I mean? Having fun. He calling people out. He doing face-offs. But why all of that is cool to me and why I don't get mad the way people do, because every time that man get in that ring, when them lights is on, he show up. I don't care about you calling nobody out in what fights. You gotta throw some fillers out there. You never know what fight might happen, man. You speak on it. Next thing you know, you on the phone and you got you a fight. So I like what he went going around promoting himself, calling this one out. He's just letting you know, look, I'm willing to fight these guys. And whoever y'all think I can't beat or whatever fight y'all want to see. And I remember people saying he got to give Albright his lick back. He kept saying it. Some people was even saying he's scared of Albright. He won't give him that lick back because he hurt him in that fight. So now all that should get put to bed, like you said. So more respect definitely got to be put on Keyshawn Davis' name, for sure.
Facts. And I want to give, I don't know if a lot of people notice, you know what I mean, but I heard you mention about him not being with Bomac.
Right.
And if you watch that Jermaine Ortiz fight, to watch him make an in-fight adjustment without Bomac, bro, that had me stoked. Like, to watch him in the 8th round say, all right, I ain't getting it. I need to go to the body first, and then it'll open up. And to watch him concentrate and have an orchestrated attack towards Jermaine Ortiz in the body. He even took some shots in the pocket that he probably wouldn't have without that orchestrated attack. But to make that type of in-fight adjustment, I really gave him a lot of credit, I did, bro.
That's because you are a boxing junkie and you appreciate the sport, OTB. This is why I'm glad you're back. Because, see, you're going to highlight something that most people going to overlook. They're not going to highlight the adjustment to go to the body. All right, it's getting late in the fight. I got to break him down. I still want this knockout. And you can tell he pressed for it, but he did it in a real calculated and responsible manner. That shit is impressive, bro. I'm telling you, he pretty much made Jermaine Ortiz say, man, damn, I can't do it. Can't do it. He dropped him. He got up. They went around, and then he got him again in that last round. He scraped the body again, and I seen him fold, and the ref was like, that's it. I was like, bro, this dude is really it, bro. And it just troubles me that people can't look at him as a young I don't know, outspoken guy, but he fight. I can see if when he got in the ring, it was something different. Like he talked like this and then get in the ring. You like, man, what the hell is this? You said this. Bro, he did everything that Jermaine Ortiz he said he was going to do. He did everything, even stopping him. He really did it. And they still like, well, nah, he ain't fight nobody. He ain't did shit yet. I'm like, yo, bull. That's like saying you don't know boxing. And I always highlight this. He's an Olympian. They come in making a certain amount of bread and they get tested differently. I've seen this consistently, especially when it comes to him and Corey in particular. Not one opponent with a losing record. So when people tell me he ain't fighting nobody, I'm questioning everybody's resume at their first 13, 14 fights. Then who is anybody fighting in? Because I'm seeing dudes fight guys with 18 losses, 31 losses, all type of wild shit. And then this guy comes and won't even fight a dude with a losing record. But we can't just put it in its proper context. I'm not saying just because they don't have losing records that they're world beaters, but they're better than what the average guy fighting at that level. They're at a higher level. He fighting dudes with 3, 4, 5 times as much pro experience as him. You don't see all of these guys doing that. You see it the other way. Dudes be fighting guys with damn basketball records and shit. You get what I'm saying? 20-something and 15, like shit like that. He been fighting guys that consistently have far more pro experience, and it's the way he's beating these guys too. So although it might not be the biggest of names, but they're quality fights for him and they're building blocks. The man ain't got 15 fights. Who the hell is he supposed to fight? King Kong and Godzilla? And I'm pretty sure after he stopped both of them, y'all gonna say something else. Like, well, he ain't beat Goliath yet. Like, damn, bro. Like, this dude is doing everything he's supposed to do. The biggest criticism you could say is he blew the $1 million payday against Edwin De Los Santos. But everybody fuck up. It's how you get back. And what I'm impressed with, he made them changes. People, you can say what you want about, why he let Bo Mac. I'm not going to stay stuck on that. All I need to know is ain't like they beefing. They ain't at odds, right? He looked at Terrence Crawford, what he built. He said he wanted to build his own. It take a man to do that, bro. Because it easily could go wrong. How many people you see switch trainers or something when something go on and then it go terribly wrong? For him, it looked like he ain't miss a beat. And I think it's something to be said about that. The guy that he beat, the experience that Jermaine Ortiz had, and how Keyshawn just canceled all of that shit out. He was the dude coming off the layoff and moving up to the weight class. It didn't look like it. That's a special young talent. And I'm telling you, focused, he gonna be in some of the best fights in boxing. Watch what I tell you. Win, lose, or draw. Focus, he's gonna be in some of the best fights boxing got to offer.
And we got to give that same credit to Nahir Albright, because he ain't ducking no smoke. That kid, his last 4 fights, counting this Keyshawn fight, is up there with any of your best fighters in boxing today.
Right.
When you talk about him fighting the Frank the Ghost Mark, go back to from the Keyshawn fight and look at his fights from that fight on. He ain't took nothing but tough fights, man. I respect that kid and his handler.
Right. Facts, ETB, man. I'm telling you, man. That's why I took the approach I took. And I always say this, I'm a broken record, bro. I just want to appreciate boxing. I'm not sitting up here complaining, talking about world-class fighters ain't shit. They bums. They ain't fight nobody. They not good. That's a poor representation of what's going on in boxing. And it's like, that's another way of telling me you don't like it. We be mad at the guys for being successful. You know what I'm saying? Do all this talking, and we be like, yo, when he go out there and fight, he better do this. And then he go out there and do it. And then it's like, well, man, he did what he was supposed to do. I'm starting to learn, bro. When people say that, that's another way of slighting you. That's like it's almost like a underhanded comment. It's like a compliment. It's like half-ass. It's not really giving you the credit you deserve when you say, well, he did what he was supposed to do. Get what I'm saying? So you telling me Keyshawn was supposed to come off the layoff, supposed to move up in weight, and supposed to dominate the guy that gave Loma hell in the first half of the fight and arguably beat Teofimo. He was supposed to get in there and dominate him, win arguably damn near every round and stop him. He was supposed to do that. Because you've seen who do that to Jermaine Ortiz before? Nobody. So tell me again, why was the guy that ain't shit, ain't fighting nobody, a loudmouth clout chaser, why is that the guy that y'all expect to have the best performance? And then when he have it, you can't even acknowledge it as a real boxing fan, say, man, that's the way you do it. So I be confused, bro, because He talk his shit, but he walk it. That's why I be confused. I'm like, yo, y'all say y'all don't care for guys that, that's super defensive. You don't want a guy being timid, right? You want to do that's gonna go in there and mix it up. What do Keyshawn do? Yeah, I know he throw it off. He'll get right in there and crash out on you. So I don't know what it is not to like. They be looking at the wrong shit. Like, I don't know. Maybe he said this in the interview. Oh, he called this guy out. Oh, I see people arguing on Twitter that he dapped Andy Cruz up and he don't want to fight him. Imagine somebody calling me out every day, every interview, every time my name come up, this dude saying he my dad and all this. And then when that same dude see me, he shake my hand. What you think I'm going to think about him? What about keeping that same energy? Did he ever once walk up to Keyshawn and say, yo, I want to fight you? Hell no. He do that shit in the media. He let the fans argue that shit because he know behind closed doors, Eddie Hearn ain't trying to put you in there with Keyshawn right now. Took that man the IBF route. Keyshawn was on the WBO, had the WBO title. They was on separate sides. He wasn't trying to fight that dude. I hear all this amateur shit about, them fights, and I'm just not impressed, bro. I ain't impressed. I want to see him do this shit to him as a professional. Then I'll be impressed.
Facts. I couldn't agree with you more. And coming from somebody who wasn't real big on the Keyshawn bandwagon, because it was hard for me to distinguish his talent level given his size advantage. But once I seen him in the ring with Jermaine Ortiz, who's equal size, and nothing changed about his game plan, nothing changed about his orchestration to his how he start off fights. Because Keyshawn start off fights on go a lot. And when you in there with somebody who your size, then now I can really see how fundamentally sound are you? How much are you gonna lean on your muscle memory, given your fundamental instincts?
Right.
And to watch him still be able to lean on those, even in that situation, he gained a lot of respect from me. And I can say from somebody who wasn't big on Keyshawn, man, I respect the kid as a fighter. And he earned
it. Nah, facts. Shout out to Sunchild. I hear people, a lot of people bring up Gary Antoine Russell. He a great fight for anybody at 40. Let's be clear. Anybody that step in the ring with him, we got us one. Because that's just what kind of fighter he is. But I always tell people to keep in mind, you've seen him lose once before. It's not a knock on him, but think about kind of fighter that he lost to, right? A boxer, not somebody that's crazy KO guy that can box. You look at some of the things that Keyshawn Davis could do. I mean, look, it's an interesting fight, but I always chalk it up to pedigree, bro. Both guys got skill, talent, different skill sets, different styles, but I don't know, man. I just believe in his ability to slow fights down. When a guy try to press him, I just don't think he ain't gonna fold when being pressed. And Keyshawn is arguably some underrated defense, depending on who you're talking to. He don't lose a lot of rounds and he don't get hit a lot. Especially flush. He don't get hit with a lot of stupid shit. How you see guys getting caught with shots. Shout out to Dante. It was good, bro. I knew my boy was here.
Sound, bro. Like he highly defensive.
No fault. He about to pack Norfolk out again. Teo got to fire his dad. Nah, look, I ain't gonna say too much. I ain't saying I know everything, but to the Teo dad comment, I think we all see what it is, right? If you know what's going on with Teo dad. You can see it. You can see it. So, I mean, boxing too grimy to get rid of somebody that really care about you, somebody like your pops, right? I know it's easy to say get rid of somebody when you take a loss, even too. It look a little rough, but you got to think about all the success that they did have too. So I don't think he got to get rid of him per se, especially in this grimy ass business. You need him around, but I think he just need to add to it. Somebody that y'all equally trust, mutually trust, right? That you could bring in that you think could assist you moving forward. And I heard him speak on something like that, bringing somebody in because his dad going through it. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean. His dad going through it like that. It's not I don't know how people be looking at it, but I know what I be hearing and look because I know I've been around people, had people family members. I know he dealing with shit, but then he trying to do it in the public light. So it's tough. Like imagine he juggling personal demons and then trying to make sure he got his son and keep him at a world championship level. I could just imagine that shit can't be easy. I know I could just imagine it's a struggle. So and T.O. too, to see the way he was looking after the loss. You know, I hear what he was saying, but I was like, man, something going on over there, man. Pops ain't all the way good. He ain't on point. And he do need to take a step back while he gets his affairs in order. You know, everything straight. You could pick up where you left off. Don't get rid of him because that dude, I know he care about his son, but you know, definitely need to add to it because I do feel like they went very far. And I feel like, you know, you either at this point, you either become stagnant or you get better, which one you want to do. And I think keeping your dad and adding to it allows you to probably, you know, grow a bit more as a fighter. Keyshawn stops him this time. Telling you.
What you think about him? I think he should go see like Abel Sanchez. I think Abel Sanchez is a good trainer for Tio. Abel like taking underdogs. Abel teach a lot of head movement versus activity. You know what I mean? Which is something that Teo really capitalize on. And I just don't know about the response. You know what I mean? You got to be careful, like just say when you go switching trainers, because I may not respond to you in a hostile environment the same way I respond to my father who done been around with me in these hostile environments.
All right, yeah. So man, that's interesting. Abel Sanchez, man, going there, and he just need, I think, more discipline and more, I think, strategy and game planning for Tio. Less like just figuring it out on the fly. I really think, like, I'm not gonna sit here and say they never game planned or never came into the fight with a strategy. That would be silly, right? But I do think a lot of what he do is just based off natural talent and ability. And I think if you could hone that shit, you probably can get a different kind of guy, man, in T.O. He very talented, bro. All that athleticism, but if he can be more efficient with the athleticism and not just flashy with it, now he'll be cooking.
Barry Hunter. It's a few fighters I'd like to see Teo go in and, you know what I mean, kind of like we just seen Errol Spence do, where we seen him go in with Bread Man for a couple weeks, go in with so-and-so, and then he ended up with Ronnie Shields. Like, yeah, I mean, fighters need to do that more often, man. Go and see what you can learn. Go see how you can respond. See what this trainer have to offer you. Yeah, I mean, versus being the same stagnant fighter and being content with the things that you're successful at and not trying to get better at the things you're not. But I really want to see T.O. I want to see T.O. be champion again. Let's say when we think about Spence and Zoo, I think we're gonna know in the fourth round if Spence, in the second round if Spence is back. Shit, Tim Zoo ain't about to run from him. Tim Zoo gonna be there to get hit. So if Errol Spence is even 80% of himself, then I think it's good enough to beat Tim Zoo and impressive enough for him to return back to his form. After watching Bud move up consistently and be that successful, as a Bud fan, man, I really want to see Errol Spence return to his form. You know what I mean? I want to see Errol Spence be successful. I think it's better for boxing right now if Errol Spence do become a champion again.
Ah, man, talk that talk, bro. I agree, man. I said that. That'd be a good thing for boxing, man. Low key, man. Errol Spence, becoming a champion, right? Getting some more winning fights, winnable fights or meaningful fights, right? To get his name back. You know what I mean? On people's minds again, man. That's something I'm always root for, bro. And you know, recently Crawford was they were saying he's some type of Earl Spence hater, right? But they asked him who you got out of Earl Spence and Tim Tszyu. Who you think that hater said? Guess what that hater said? He said Earl Spence, man. Man, if he was hating that guy, I don't think he even picked him to win that fight. There's other people saying, man, Earl might get stopped. He finished. He done. He damaged goods. He'd never be the same. But I think, low key, they got the best. This is one of the best fights to be made with the situations that they're in. You got a guy that took a terrible loss, only loss of his career, been off since then, inactive as hell, going up in the weight class. Then you got the other guy. He done took a loss, multiple losses, right? He done got shell shock, rock, came back, bounced back, about to take a tune-up type of stay busy fight. It's not for sure that he goes out there and beats Earl either. Like, we seen how he was looking in that rematch with Fundora. We seen how he looked. What was that? With Bakram, and I think they butted heads for a minute. He started pawing rate. Like, he was already thinking about that cut. Like, we seen a different version of Tim Tszyu. So we know when that cloak of invincibility get ripped away, stripped from you, you look like a different guy. So look, I think it's a winnable fight either way. I really do. Because they have similar questions that need to be asked about both of them. What do they got left? Because to say Tim Tszyu go out there and get stopped, I mean, shit, how long do he stick around? The same thing for Spence. So I don't know. It's a real good fight for both. I would like to see that dude come back and get a win. And shit, do whatever else he gonna do. But I would love to see him retire with a win.
I don't think people taking into accountability how likely it is, yeah, I mean, that Errol Spence can feel that Tim Tszyu punch and shell up. And shell up. People don't realize once you get your ass whooped, you are a different fighter. Like, you ain't the same fighter when you know what can happen. Yeah, I mean, that doubt is there. Now there's no more reasonable doubt. We have reasonable doubt.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and that can be big when you're talking about somebody who can crack. Tim Tszyu can crack. Like, shit, he ain't no soft puncher. He ain't got pillow fists.
Nope.
So shit, if he is to land his shot,
son. You know what I'm saying? that Costa boy. You know what I'm saying? Costa was out there slumping shit too. So Tim tough, he brave. But you know what, OTB? Something I wanted to chop it up about too, because we own it about Tim Tszyu and Earl Spence. And we just talking some boxing on this Good Friday. Man, I don't like to blame people. I don't like to be that guy from the outside looking in, just saying, it's your fault. But I do think his team mishandled his situation. Why I say that is because I feel like when you got a great team, especially in the corner, right? You get a hole, you get a damn katana blade poked in your head, right? With Sebastian Fundora elbow, you got a damn hole in your head. At that point, based on the way it's bleeding and the location, the spot where the cut is at, like you should know that you're not going to really be able to stop that. So he's going to have to fight this entire fight bleeding that way. Do it make sense to have him go through all of these rounds, taking his punishment, not being able to see? Or do we just stop it here? It's a no contest, and then we try to run it back and save him the wear and tear. But they believe in him so much. And when I say believe in him, like that bravado shit, they really think like
let's get real.
Like that tough man shit. And they like, well, he tough. He can do it. Bro, no, that's a bad move. If I gotta bleed for a fucking entire fight in the middle of my head, bro, that's probably not a good idea. And I got blood in my face. Then you got this 6'5" slender man in front of me. Like, bro, you got Dazzle from Street Fighter, Mr. Fantastic punching me from 3 feet away. Hell no. I think they were supposed to stop that fight, live to see another day, and try to run it back. But instead, he took all that punishment. He lost. Then they threw him right back in there with a puncher. Who the hell was moving him? Like, stupid shit. Bakram completely blitzed him. He looked like he didn't know what hit him. Looked like he got hit by a train. I'm like, what the hell? And then you had the audacity to have him back in there with Fundora. Like, they low-key, they mishandled all of that. Like, I get it, make the fights, but bro, be realistic about it. Who that said you put him right back in there with a puncher after he just had a damn hole in the center of his head, bro, from a damn elbow? Like, I just thought that was all rough. Like, You beat whatever tough shit that he relied that got beat up out of him. Arguably got beat up out of him in them 3 fights. That's 3 of the worst. That's one of the 3 worst fights I've seen. Like a stretch. I'm just like bad decision making. Bad to let the fight continue because they said it's like they figured out once the fight kept going that they wasn't gonna be able to stop it from bleeding because it was like a vein or something. They said it had hit or something, and I'm like, I feel like a good corner is supposed to be able to figure that out and be like, bro, this stuff makes sense for us to have our guy out here getting punched on. You get what I'm saying? Like we got a wounded animal. Like this it's not even a fair fight. And this dude respected Tim Tszyu here, dog, because he fought his ass off. But Fundora was putting hands on him, and he was putting hands on Fundora. I thought he broke Fundora's nose up in that first fight. He fought well with all that blood, but that's just unnecessary punishment. And now
I agree. It's y'all job to save the fighter from himself.
You get me? So he ain't gonna quit. I know Tim looking like, bro, I'm gonna go. But y'all supposed to say, you know what, Tim? It just don't make sense, bro. It just don't make sense. Nah, this way before 4 rounds, no contest. We gonna cut our losses now. We gonna rematch this dude, and we gonna do it again. But to let him get beat down like that and then lose his belts, now you got a loss, right? And you can get your ass kicked, and now you get in there with another puncher and Bakram, and first time y'all clash, you start touching like you like PTSD almost. Like me and my guy Ant McQueen was talking about it. I'm like, he was still worried about that damn cut from the last fight, and they put him right back in there with a puncher. I'm like, who the hell authorized this? Bakram feasted on Tim Tszyu. I was like, God damn, man. Then to throw him back in there after those 2 tough fights, he found his way back to Fundora. I respect it, but he too tough for his own good, bro. And his team don't know better, like, or seem like they didn't. It seemed like they just believe in that shit so much. Nah, he's a warrior. Like, nah, bro. Getting fights taken off that man's career playing around with these dudes.
And the heart of the fighter can sometimes be the most detrimental characteristic of the fighter. Like, I ain't even gonna hold you. That's something I kind of fear after I did the film on Deontay Wilder and Derek Chisora, who about to fight tomorrow, bro.
Right.
With the heart that Deontay Wilder got, he's not quitting. I don't want to see him get beat too quick. You feel me? Like, I don't know that that's something I want to see. Yeah.
Yeah, Tay was good.
Yeah, like his heart, bro, he ain't about to quit. Like you say about Tim Tszyu. And Tim Tszyu, a lot of times when we see kids who parents was in this sport, they don't have the same heart. I have to give Tim credit because he's one of the few who has the same heart of his daddy, and he display it.
Yeah, you do.
To a fault.
Yeah. And I think I guess it's one of them things where this is who you are. We gonna go out on our shield. I can respect it, but damn, you do gotta, like you said, protect the fighter from himself, live to fight another day type mentality, right? This is not like a video game where your energy bars start on full and you get drained and then the next fight is back to you. Like, nah, you get like chunks of what they say, a chunk of flesh each time you go in there, come about you. So you just never be the same guy. And it's like they almost treated Tim Tszyu, and I hate to have reference it this way, but they almost treated him like it was a video game. Like, all right, well, this is just this fight. Well, he back 100%. No, he ain't. No, he ain't. Bro shouldn't be in there with no damn puncher. Nobody that's punching like Bakram right now. Like, bro still thinking about the damn cut and the big ass hole he had in his head. Like, you got him in here fighting life and death with this dude, man. This damn barbarian in here trying to knock him to the outer limits, man. I'm like, man, it was a tough stretch. But all of that being said, he got him a stay busy / tune up, however you want to frame it. And he's supposed to be fighting Earl next. And Buzz said he got EJ, man. I think Earl could win. I think this is like a 50-50, though. It's crazy. Knockout loss, both of them is taken. Tim Tszyu is obviously a lot more active. That's the only thing about Earl that concerned me the most, that activity. And like what his punch resistance is like after just not being in live action for so long. Like, can you still take that? Do you still got that chin to take a solid shot and still keep coming? That's the stuff that be concerning me.
I got a question for you because hearing the rumblings, it sounds like PBC is trying to set up Fundora Spence after this fight.
We gonna jump
that's
somebody if they do that. OTB. They do that, we gonna jump somebody.
What you say, brother?
If they do that, we gonna jump somebody, bro. They put Earl Spence in there with that damn Slender Man, with that damn plastic, bro. We gonna jump somebody that night. Somebody gotta get jumped, man.
Hey, for real.
Damn. Hell no. I can't take hell no. Slender Man, hell no. What he just did to keep bro. We draw the line. You got that shit off him, Keith Thurman. That was cool. He was asking for it. Keith was trying to get back. To have him beat up Keith and Earl would be wild. We jumping somebody.
Well, my question for you, Just, is if Earl come back at his prime, I mean, the way we seen Earl before, same pressure, same abilities, him being a body snatcher, and the way Earl have attention to the body, do you think he could out pressure? Because he have a very orchestrated pressure too.
He do.
You think he has any chance to out pressure Fundora?
I think the way Earl Spence fights, like what you're describing, you talking about that pressure that he bring, it's like he had a height disadvantage, but I think he can work that to his advantage, if you will, right? With the way he's able to get in, he positions himself very well in the inside, and he know how to dig, and he'll go on both sides. My only question for Earl is, will he be willing to pay that toll to do it? Because you're going to have to pay that toll. He's going to make you pay that fare, man. Fundora got uppercuts and shit for you when you get close. So you got to have your shit protected and close. But I do think
Earl sit on the line. He likes sitting on the line.
That's what I'm saying. And Fundora likes throwing them uppercuts. So, man, I do think he can have success there. If he get in his desired spot, I do think he can get in there and work and create some moments that we haven't seen other people be able to create, because a lot of people just be at so many disadvantages when you in there with Fundora. It's like, how do you attack them? You know what's crazy, bro? The craziest shit. I seen and I should pull it up and play it, a clip where somebody breaking down that Keith Thurman actually had the right game plan for this dude. And I had to think about it. And I'm looking, and as they breaking it down, I'm like, this should make a lot of sense. His game plan wasn't as bad as what people make it seem. The problem is when your game plan is so ineffective, it's hard for people to capture what it is that you were trying to do. But Keith was doing the right shit, but at the wrong range. That's what I seen that cost him the biggest problem. I'm looking and I'm like, and I don't even know if you could really call it the wrong range, because you got this freak.
Was the game plan that they tried to give him, was he trying to run Fundora into something?
Yes. He'll let him extend, throw a shot, Keith will parry it away, and then he'll try to come over top of that. The problem is Fundora if that was the old Fundora, he probably in position for Keith to land them shots. But because this is an improved Fundora, those shots weren't available the way Keith was anticipating with that game plan. And with him constantly being at the wrong range, it just looked like what it looked like. He just kept missing. And I'm like, smart. I get what you're doing. You try to, you circle him, you let him extend. You try to parry it. You give him, you catch him with the free man. I'm like, I seen it. I got to show it to you. I'm going to play the clip for you. I got it so you can see it. You wanted them filmed.
Yeah. Definitely get the clip. And I seen it, but I also seen times where Fundora head was so far over his front foot, where he lunged out with that long ass jab a lot, and Keith just didn't pull the trigger.
And I think, now that was too good describing, bro. I think what you describing is now that's the wear and tear over the course of the fight. I don't know at which point you realized it, but I feel like that starts happening when you're not pulling the trigger. That's because of the success that the man been having up until this point. Now that you might be in your desired range and your sweet spot, but now you second guessing it because every other time you was trying it, you coming up short and you getting clipped. Remember, the almost knockdown came when he caught him missing. He made him miss bad and boom, caught him. He had to catch himself. I'm like, he kind of, I call it taming. It's like you get tamed. The guy having success over a course period of time, and then you start to second guess yourself. The same things that you were doing and you were willing to do earlier in the rounds, earlier in the fight. Now you get what I'm saying? You second guessing it. Now you're slower on the trigger. It's more rounds in. You might be 6, 7 rounds in. Now you're a bit slower. Fatigue done settled in. So none of this shit is working. But ultimately, I do think what he was trying to do was smart, but he could not get in that sweet spot, that range, bro. And Fundora, credit to that slinky dude. Who the hell taught him how to box? Who the hell suggested that you go in there and start boxing people? The worst thing that happened in 54 is him deciding to not give up his physical advantages and make you work for everything you get. That's the problem. That's going to be the puzzle to solve. He's making you work for it as opposed to just giving it up. Like, if y'all remember the Fundora that fought Jamonte Clark, it was none of this shit you see now. That guy probably get caught by Keith Thurman and possibly knocked out, any of that. That dude, the one that was fighting Jamonte Clark, the one that used to give up his height and reach and just go in there and fight you. If you wanted to fight, that's what he gonna do. He ain't doing that no more. He's making you box, and when you get close enough to try to make it a fight, he got answers for your ass in the inside and great leverage on his punches for somebody that got an 80-inch reach. Everything about him say cheat code. I swear, dude. Everything about Fundora say cheat code. And with all that being said, he still lost, y'all. So he ain't unbeatable. Shout out to Dre. What's good with it? How you feeling? Beating Fundora at 54? Man, shout out to Dre, man. You already know this my guy, OTB up here. It's always
and he know how to cut the ring up. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, nah. Say what you're saying. Go ahead.
I was just impressed at how he cut the ring up.
Oh man.
When I kept seeing him shoot that jab where he expecting where you trying to get to, and then he followed up with 2 more punches. Like, man, that is when I said, oh shit, he's starting to box now. Yeah, I mean, now he's starting to put this shit together. And yeah, Jamonte Clark was 6'3". I mean,
definitely a tall guy, but I'm just saying, though, the way he elected to fight there, he don't do that no more. He don't give up his height and reach. Like, he not just getting in there, oh, let's fight. Nah, he's like, yo, I know I got 80 inches in here. Now you about to know. you gonna learn that what it feel like to fight somebody with an 80-inch reach. You got the reach of a damn heavyweight. This damn, I don't know, that dude should have been somewhere dunking a basketball or something, but instead he said, nah, I'm gonna punch people from 3 feet away in the boxing ring, and you ain't gonna be able to do nothing about it. That shit is diabolical. I was watching Keith fighting, bro. It got to a point where it felt like Keith was just fighting his big brother. I swear, he was, some of them punches he was just throwing, he was just trying anything. Just I'm just like, bro, this shit gotta be frustrating fighting this dude who taught him how to box. And he doing it consistently, efficiently, stand behind the jab. Then if it ain't the jab that's eating you up, when you do get closer, he got uppercuts and hooks and shit for you. Man, he acting different. I respect Fundora's improvement that he made since losing to Mendoza. Impressive.
You think that somebody, well, right now I'm gonna tell y'all what the key is to him. Now you have to create an environment that'll make him want to fight, that'll put him back in that original form. Because as long as you let him think and execute his game plan, you won't beat him. So now it's gonna be up to a fighter to make it ugly and take the fight to him and put him in a hostile environment in the pocket where his flaws are.
Right.
And then you can succeed and he becomes.
I think that'll take a combination of like style and strategy to try to implement what you asking, because I think that is a possibility. I think that it's crazy that got to be a method of victory to beat that dude at this point. Like, you really got to
say that shit again. Just say that shit again.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you really got to play the toll. You got to pay that toll with that dude, bro. He making you have to deal with the physical advantages that he's born with. Like, he's making you. It's no more just just barbaric or just mixing it up. Like, it's a much more patient, calculated approach, and it's crazy how we all watched him get knocked out, but bounce back, get better, make adjustments, start boxing more, and he still fight with it. Like it's a strange guy to have to deal with in front of you. Like I've seen a couple dudes so far fight him, and it just looked crazy. It looked like a Earl standing next to him looked like a circus. Like only thing we could do is have wishful thinking that he go in there and do something to him, because that shit might get ugly. Ghetto Fab was good with it. Telling you that 80-inch reach, that shit is cheating, man.
Yo,
what is his value,
I got Boost beating him though, man.
Talk about it, coach. What's good with it?
What's good? What's good? Salute, brother. I know it's been a minute, man, but yeah, I got Boost beating that guy, man. Cause Boost run his hands too quick, man. That stab jab, that's the key right there. Lubin was doing it. That's the key. He's tall. And the reason why he used to fight on the inside because he's really slow. If you really look at it, he's slow. Yeah, those long punches are slow and they're easily timed. Boots is too in and out for that guy. And I think even Jamel Charlo, if he get himself back together, I think Charlo get in the business, man. You know what I'm saying? With that good jab, Charlo's strong. See, one thing about Fundora, he's going to have to stay at 54. He goes to 68, he's food. He gets in there with Hamza Sherrod, he's going to bed. Christian Billy's going to press him out. Even Carlos Adames press him out. That's how you have to fight Fundora. You got to make him fight. Get in his chest and make him fight. Think about how many times in history we've seen tall dudes get floored by short guys. A bunch. But you cannot stand on the outside with that tall guy. You got to get on the inside and make him fight. You got to hit him with something. So hey, I can't really look too much into the Keith Thurman, victory. Yeah, it was a showcase fight, man. Keith is literally 5'6". He's not 5'7". Go back and look at the Manny Pacquiao face off. They're about the same height. So it was abysmal, man. I mean, whoever made that matchup, that was a terrible matchup. It was like leading a Chihuahua versus a freaking Great Dane, man. It was no contest. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see something, and just the fact that he said that they don't want to fight the other champions got me scratching my head. Like, what's up with that? Why like somebody like Virgil Ortiz could give Fundora problems, cut away Virgil fights.
Man, you made some great points, bro, and you make me wonder how dominant is he if somebody is a lot closer to his size. You get what I'm saying? As opposed to just having these freakish physical advantages over dudes, right? Like when that's a bit more even, how does these fights look? Can you still stay disciplined behind that jab, or do you go back to what you used to do? That's what I want to know. But 54, he's just a trick bag, man. Like he had Keith Thurman looking like he was, like I said, fighting his big brother. Like, damn, swinging, just missing by inches. Like that shit just looked crazy. He just couldn't do nothing. He didn't win a single round.
Keith had a 69-inch reach. That's all. His reach is only 69 inches, man. He ain't got that. That's what I'm saying. It was a mismatch from the word go, man.
He got 1 inch longer than what Shakur got at lightweight or 140, however you want to look at it, right? He got 68-inch reach. Keith got 69. It's funny how we was laughing about him, joking with Pacquiao. Remember that? The T-Rex arm shit with Pacquiao? Then now you in there with somebody and you got the T-Rex arms and you couldn't get in range, bro. So like I said, I seen that clip and they broke it down what Keith was trying to do. And I thought it made a lot of sense. But again, the slightest miscalculation, you're not going to land your shot. You almost have to be perfect. And I just feel like at 37, I don't think Keith could be that kind of perfect.
Now check this out. Now you substitute Keith, you put Jamel in there. Somebody's about 6 foot. That fight looks a lot different now. Because 5 inches, you can negotiate 5 inches in height. You got a strong, true 154 pounder, a champion, 6 foot tall, decent reach and got good power. Right. That's a whole different fight right there.
Right. All right. You make a
Or
great
you
point,
gotta
bro.
have
The head movement to negate the jab. If you got some head movement where you could bait him into throwing that long ass jab, and you can and you can slip that and counter him. Then if you can't counter an 81-inch fucking jab and a 70-inch fucking weight transition, something wrong. Like,
Should
that's
be
a
out
big
of
weight
control.
transition.
Man.
But the thing about it, Keith Thurman buzzed him. He hit him with the same punch Mendoza hit him with. It just didn't have the same effect. He hit him with the left hook, hit him right on the chin, and he buzzed him. But then Fundora picked it up on him. Mendoza a lot stronger puncher than Keith Thurman. He's a bigger guy.
Yeah, Mendoza's solid, man. Mendoza's really solid and not as old. And I know they say the power the last thing to go, but I think when you're a guy that had injuries with elbows and different things like that, I think your power is just a big compromise. I get it. He knocked out Brock Jarvis, but that's Brock Jarvis. You know what I'm saying? Fundora is a whole different can of worms, man. So I'm with you, man. Shit, is he really a 54-pounder? We'll never know. Fighting that damn giant. It's crazy, man. Yeah, that was a good breakdown what Keith was doing. Keith ain't no damn 5'6". I think he said 5. What did Keith say? It was 5. Did he say 5'8" or 9? One of them.
They got him listed at 5'7".
Yeah, I think he said he was taller than that.
But go back and watch that Manny Pacquiao Keith Thurman face off. They almost looking eye to eye, man. And we know Manny's short.
You know what? I'll say this to y'all though. One thing I noticed once I started really paying attention to boxing and then, making it to the fights and seeing the fighters and walking past these dudes. And this shit is funny. TV really be making guys look bigger. It's like, yo, I know it ain't just me. Is it me or fighters be short as hell, man?
Yo, I'm gonna tell you a story, man. I was in the gym in Atlanta, right at Johnny Gann's gym, Atlanta Art of Boxing. And I walked by somebody and I had to do the double take. I said, Berto? And I'm 6 foot. This dude barely came up to my shoulder, man. He looked like a little kid with a big head. You know what I'm saying? Small dude, man.
I looked and I'm like, what was that? That's Khalil Cole? Did I look? I see GHB, Greg Hackett. I said, that's Greg. Greg, short as hell. I start laughing, man. Like, damn, y'all be little. I see Keith Cologne. Shout out to my guy, Keith Cologne. Keith Cologne, another small ass dude. I see Shakur, his little dude. That's why when people say he big, I'm like, have y'all ever seen him before? I'm not 6 foot, and I'm not a big muscular. I'm a skinny guy. So me seeing him, just not a big dude. A lot of these fighters, they be short and not big, but they got hands. That shit is just.
I'm gonna tell you who else is short. Teofimo Lopez is about 5'6". Because one of my fighters that I trained, he's 5'8.5". They took a picture together, and Teo was much shorter than him. Teo's a small dude, man. You see, Shakur was way bigger than Teo when they fought, man. Way bigger.
You know what's crazy?
I
hear people saying that.
Dude.
I don't.
Rashid, all them niggas midgets.
Yeah, a lot of dudes are small, man. You know what's crazy? I wonder how did Teo rehydrate for that fight? Because going back and looking at it, like I know in my mind, I never was thinking about it watching it, but people kept saying it like, yo, he looked bigger. And then I looked and I'm watching, I'm like, you might be right. You might be right. I just wonder, how did he rehydrate for that fight? Because for me, what I know personally is for Shakur to even make 140, he did a whole pre-camp. He did a whole pre-camp to put the weight on. And then he had to eat extra. You get what I'm saying? Extra meals. That's why it's a clip that I had in here where it was kind of showing like how much he had to eat just to make it. And you see, he still came in at like 138, still under. So like people didn't believe that he was like in the earth, like 150 something, 151 or something.
Oh yeah, easy.
They ain't think that. They like, man, he heavier than that. He this and that. I'm like, bro, he top heavy, if that makes sense to y'all. That's how I frame it. Like he got his weight, shoulders, chest, back, arms.
Yeah.
He don't got no big ass legs. Look at him. He don't got no big ass.
Shakur was probably about 154. He's probably about 154 fight night. 154, 155.
He the same size as Devin. He could be at 54. And I'm like, bro, y'all stop forcing the narratives, bro. Can Devin make 135 comfortably? No. Shakur can. Can Devin make 140 comfortably? No. Shakur can. And he got to eat to do it. So it's like they not the same size, bro. We just be trying to force guys to be big because we want to believe that the only reason he winning is because he's so much bigger than these guys. But just think it's talent.
And I gotta apologize. I'm apologizing on Just Do because I was part of the ones who started that bullshit.
What's that?
Man, I didn't know that everybody was gonna run with it though. And Keon, I apologize to you too, bro, man. You gotta be careful. I started that bullshit. I came back and people was running with it just. I'm like, man.
Max ETV. They don't believe it. Like, and for me, I will always say this. Stuff like this, I don't speak on unless I got the inside information. Now, I'll throw it out there because people don't always say this. Well, they'll tell you anything. Well, he's supposed to say that to you. Y'all just don't get it, man. So everything ain't about lying. When you build a bond or a relationship with people, they tend to tell you information that they don't tell everybody else. So if I know something for sure, I'm gonna speak on it. And that's just not a big dude. So I say, like, if you that big, then you don't need a pre-camp. You just go do a regular training camp like you've been doing with anything else to try to put the weight on. You get what I'm saying? You just cut weight and then you good. But it was a process. So I'm like, you don't go through that. You don't put your body through an extra bit, if you just that big, if it ain't about doing it the right way. So I that's why I wonder how much did Teo rehydrate? Because I swear he almost in the ring, he almost made me feel like a guy that just didn't get that much heavier after the weigh-in type shit. Like he really just, I don't know what that was. And I remember it was an interview with his dad saying, we got to be careful about how we put the weight on. And the next fight, we go into 47. And I remember highlighting that and saying, like, I wonder, is that a built-in excuse? But or then again, like, why is he saying it? What made him say, like, we got to put the weight on? We got to be careful about how we put the weight on. I'm just listening to that, and then you see Teo look like a slightly smaller dude. That shit just was weird. It was crazy to see.
Yeah, that's almost child size, man. 135 pounds. It really is.
Yeah, it is.
I seen like middle school size, 135. I think Shakur probably walks around probably about 150 something. He's a grown man, so he's not walking around 140 pounds. It's probably 155, 156, something like that. Come down 16 pounds and go from there.
175, coach.
Nah. Maybe on Thanksgiving and Christmas he may touch 160. He may touch 160, maybe.
Yeah, I took a picture in the gym flexing, and he had like 175 pounds, like in the caption, and they took it and ran with it, bro. I seen live streams, long ass 20-something minute videos trying to break it down how he a weight bully. And then if you just took your time to switch over to the next slide, you will see that somebody text him about it. Yo, you 175 there? He's like, man, hell no. I was 151 pounds in that picture. The people just like, nah, he 160 this, and he could fight at junior middleweight right now. And I'm like, no, the hell he can't. You ain't never gonna see him at 54, bro. He ain't never gonna see that. Yeah, he don't get.
When I was saying this shit, just
he's not big. Like Devin's a big guy. Devin and Ryan, them dudes 170. Them dudes are light heavyweights when they ain't training.
You heard Ryan say like he's let himself get into like the 170s, 180s before. You heard this shit before. When he was sitting there talking about fighting like a Logan or one of them, he was talking about fighting one of the Pauls, and he was talking about how big he get. I'm like, this is what Shakur was talking about. You big,
but that's average size though, you know.
Dudes be trying to kill yourself to make weight. Like, I'm sorry, and not just for anybody that do it. Anybody, it could be my favorite fighter included, bro. If you make any weight, and by the time you get to fight night, you 3 to 4 weight classes above where you weighed in at, that's fucking crazy to me. I don't care. That's crazy. It's like, bro, what? How could you fight at anywhere? You know, whether it's lightweight, but you come in and you damn near a super middleweight. What the hell is that? Like, I just can't respect it. I don't like the fact that
all of them do it though. That's the game. I remember seeing like Crawford, he would weigh in at 135 and he'd be like 152 the next day. So that's about the average, about 17 pounds, man. Now Canelo, he would go up 20-something pounds. Of course, David Benavidez is 27, 28 pounds, but most of these guys are rehydrating anywhere from 14 to 20 pounds. You know, that the higher you go up, the less rehydration. Like Bivol, he don't come in very heavy. He may put on 14 pounds. Weight 175, show up, he's 188 the next day. But some of these guys, they take it to the extreme. That's why we was talking about comparing errors. You can't compare these fighters today to them fighters back then, because them dudes had same day weigh-ins. There wasn't no rehydrating. You wasn't blowing up. These dudes fighting 15 rounds. The heavyweights fighting 8-ounce horsehair glove. It's a total different ball game, man. You couldn't blow up on your guy like that.
You know what else I think too, Coach? What you think about the food and the diet that back in the day? Like, food back then, I can't imagine it being as bad as what it is now. Get what I'm saying? Like with all the, like, I just think people like they was modern day maniacs and superheroes. Them fights, like I watching some of them old fights where them dudes just go in there. I'd have been asleep within seconds, and I'd be one of the first to admit it. Some of them fights, I'm like, I don't know what the hell them dudes used to be on, eating and training. They was wild. Like fighters today couldn't do that shit that they was doing back then. No 15-round fight. That shit it's not possible in today's boxing. We'd have a bunch of brain dead athletes.
Yeah, I mean, think about when Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, they fought in freaking Manila, Philippines. It was like 118 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
15 rounds, man. Both of them guys stayed in the hospital for weeks after that fight.
Right.
Almost dead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
Sugar Ray Robinson, I think, passed out in the fight.
Mm-hmm. I just think them eras different. I hate comparing eras. I really do. I just appreciate each one for what they represented, bro. We can't. No two eras is alike. It's just not, man. And I think that's what make boxing what it is, man. Highlighting the eras and what's dope about them and leaving it at that. I just hate all those. Well, what about this one fighting this one, man? That should have never happened.
Right.
I mean, sometimes it's
fantasy matchup
like conversation, but sometimes we get too wrapped up in it, like it's possible to happen, like we actually know, like we don't.
Yeah. Because I got into it with a brother, the other day. He's close to the Crawford camp, and I said Crawford's a great fighter, man. But this man was trying to tell me that Crawford was the best fighter that ever lived. I said, brother, I disagree, brother. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And he just called me everything but a child of God because I didn't agree with him. You know what I mean?
You know what? I will never understand that. Like, why it gotta be that way when somebody's opinion is different? Like both of y'all clicking the link and coming up here, I respect y'all enough to know if y'all have a difference of opinion to just hear you out, hear where you coming from, and tell you where I'm coming from. The problem, people gotta be right, and when everybody don't think the same way or how they got it in their head, then it gotta be some type of argument. That's really what's wrong with boxing. And I'm gonna keep it until I feel like people get it on a larger scale. Learn to have conversations and stop having arguments. You can't learn shit arguing all day, bro. You can't.
And you can't prove it. It's something you can't prove. Thomas Hearns is 66 years old with dementia. I can't resurrect him and put him in the ring with Terrence Crawford. We can't even prove it. It's a fantasy.
I've been a heavy advocate for Terrence Crawford because of the slander that I've been seeing. I think it's disgusting, but I never argue you down about him being the best fighter that ever lived. But what I will say is, this era of fighters, I'll just try to keep it in its proper perspective. In this era of boxing, he's definitely one of the GOATs, right? He's one of the guys, one of the best fighters to do it in this particular era. But I would definitely not argue about him being the best fighter ever.
Absolutely, and that's what I've tried to. Even we were talking about accolades also, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing with accolades is, this is just my opinion. This is how I look at boxing.
Right.
I don't believe that just because you beat one guy in the division, if he happens to have all the belts, by default, that automatically means you beat everybody else under them. I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with you. I think that's
hell no. That's what's wrong with boxing, bro. Like, we got a lot of fighters who playing Monopoly with playing chess with a sport, playing with their weights, doing all of this shit. That ain't what we've known it to be, but that's what it is now. It's it's accolades over accomplishments.
Crazy,
that's what it come down to us.
Crazy.
Your accomplishment is only as good as the person in front of you's accomplishment. We come from that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, so everybody need a dance partner to solidify. Yeah, I mean, you that guy at the dance.
Man, that's an absolute.
You gotta have the baddest day.
That's why these new fighters gotta shut the hell up about how they don't need this and need that. Shut up. Everybody need a great dance partner. What do you mean? Nobody's making fights by themselves, and they gotta stop talking like that. Like, it take two. The greatest fights is good. How do you get a great fight? Because the two people that's involved in it take two to get a great fight, man. And not just no shellacking, not a great performance from one of the guys. Great fight, those kind of fights that we gonna talk about for years, they need great dance partners. And these new guys, they'll win a little bit, or they'll get an accolade, win a belt, like Ryan. Now you start talking about how you don't need Tank and you don't need this, and this one is not that guy, and this one never was that guy. Bro, you still ain't the guy right now. The jury is out on your ass. That's the problem. These new fighters, they got inflated ass egos because they got social media. And then when you got followings, you got people that'll champion everything you do. Like you got people that have had their pom-poms out, like Ryan Garcia. I played a couple clips. Got a dude standing there with a ponytail like he fight. Like talking about who ass we whooping and all this. I'm just like, bro, I know you probably not throw a punch. Talking about fight.
You got niggas at the fight with Devin talking about they'll smack the shit out of real fighters.
And I ain't gonna lie, bro. As a grown ass real man, not a real N-word, a real man, I get tired of hearing what should be the OGs talking about what they gonna do to fighters. Ah, man.
Say that shit again, Just.
I hate that shit with a passion, bro. If you are on a computer every day or the internet and you ain't in nobody's gym running miles, hitting bags and training like your life depend on it, and even if you were, you still getting your ass beat by these fighters, bro. No regular guy just walking up to these dudes and doing nothing to them. I just hate to hear it, bro. I'm telling you, I'm like, man, we be too old to be that mad at the youth. At this point, that's what it is. It's like, why are we mad at the youth instead of trying to build them up and you know, understand? I hate hearing it. I was hearing somebody go off the other day, and it's some, you know, it's sometimes it be people you rock with, but I just hated that tape, man. He was going off about putting hands on a fighter. If you seen him, like, bro, it ain't that deep. This dude, all that dude did was go out and win his fight impressively, and now you want to fight. Shit is crazy, man.
Good luck. What he's saying, taking, I have a very special set of skills. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna kill you. Good luck.
I'm telling you, man. Somebody gonna run down one of them fighters and get your ass whooped out there. Telling you, it's hard to compare eras, bro. I think it's just better to appreciate them. Now, unless you just straight up having like a fantasy conversation, I get it, but I don't like comparing eras because at some point in time, if you listen to the conversation long enough, it's going to come off like you don't appreciate one or the other because you're going to try so hard to make a point that this era is so much better than this one. And this is why these ones couldn't do this. Now, before you know it, it's like, what we talking about? Like all these dudes be great, man. All eras got great fighters. Put it that way. I'll say that. All eras got great fighters in it. I don't think we got the glory.
And if you having a hypothetical conversation, go do your homework on your fighter and see who the hell he didn't fight. That's the hypothetical conversation you have.
Another thing with the weight classes, this is why we don't have any more reigning champions anymore. When I say reigning champion, I mean like a Bernard Hopkins who stayed at the same weight. They have 20 title defenses because these guys are cutting down so much weight they can't even stay in the weight class long enough to even defend the belt. And then they start talking about, I'm a 4-division champion. Yeah, but you only had one fight there, brother. What they're doing, they run around collecting trophies and they're fooling people, but they're not fooling guys like us because we know the game, we know what they're doing. But they almost like fooling the public with these trophies and these awards. Say, yo, that's good, but I still need you to clean up this division. I can't automatically crown you the best guy in this division if you just won one belt. You still got other guys there. You still got other champions. Go collect them other belts from them other champions. And then not only that, my problem is too, these guys right here, they think every time they lace up, they're supposed to get $20 million, and it don't work like that.
Right.
You have to fight some stay busy fight. You can't just fight one fight and then stay on the shelf for 9 months because you don't want to take less money, or you want somebody to pay you $10 million for a stay busy fight. You don't get paid $10 million for a stay busy fight.
Yeah. And you speaking facts, bro. That's why I said these dudes be having these inflated egos and perceptions of what they are as a talent. Like you got people forcing themselves to be more than what they are. Like because they just don't know better. It's like everybody think they worth more than what they are. And listen, it's tough. It's a tough conversation to have. I can't tell you another man what they worth, but you worth with just about as much as you negotiate, right? But it's like you seeing it a lot more now. Fights really fall apart and don't happen because guys are not even realistic with their demands.
Yeah, but they want their turkey money. They want everybody to pay like turkey. and everybody ain't paying like Turkey.
Exactly. But you got to make it make sense. Different strokes for different folks. Everybody ain't doing what Turkey doing. So you got to know dealing. It's like when Shakur messed up for a second. Remember, he went out there, he said something, and then they apologized for it. He got some straightening about Turkey. Fighting over there in Saudi and then fighting somewhere else probably ain't the same money. You fighting where he at, he willing to pay you more. But he was flipping out on, well, he ain't really flip out. He just tweeted some shit. He was kind of mad because the money was different. But, you know, saying you crossing that pond, they paying more. But not everybody is willing to do what Turkey is doing. And these guys, with these bogus ass demands, like the shit, we just seen it with Virgil and his team, $10 million demands and just wild shit. You seen it with Kid Austin dad. Kid Austin get offered the opportunity to fight Shakur. It's $1 million, million and some change, right, or whatever it was. That didn't happen. Then they get offered the Abdullah Mason fight. His dad comes out in the media and say, "Yeah, 2.5. That's the number, 2.5." So you telling me you want more than double what they was gonna pay you for a title fight, for a non-title fight? For a guy that you told the world you beat up, your son beat up in sparring and was easy. Then when we seen the sparring come out, Dula Mason was putting hands on him, dropping him and all types of shit. I'm like, this dude is amazing, man. Like, that's what they do. So everybody got like inflated egos, man. And I don't even want to say pocket watching, but they ain't keeping their eyes on their own bag. They looking and they peeking over to the next person's situation, and they thinking that, you get what I'm saying, that should apply to them, man. Everybody different, bro. You gotta get
That's why I like Boots. I like Boots. Boots rather fight 3 fights and make $10 million instead of just trying to get it in one. Just have 3 fights, $3 million a piece. You're gonna make money because you're working. Yeah, and you staying busy.
Staying busy, facts. Absolutely. Getting experience. It's a win-win. It's a win-win. Keeping the money rolling, staying active, sharpening your, you know what I'm saying? You growing your profile while you doing it.
You a prize fighter, man. You're never entitled to the same prize. It ain't a game that you could play in a carnival that you, once you win the big bear, when you come back, guess what you got to do? You got to try and win the big bear again.
The fact.
You ain't entitled to the, you ain't entitled to the fucking bear just because you won one already.
Yeah, facts, man. These dudes, man. That's why I say I think social media helps inflate their egos too. You know what I'm saying? When you especially when you get praised a lot, people start reading. I call it they own headlines and newspaper clippings, as they used to say, right? They start reading too much about themselves and they start sounding real unrealistic, man. Real unrealistic.
Do y'all think negotiations being so public have an impact on that as well?
Hell yeah, absolutely, OTB. That's matter of fact, in my opinion, one of the #1 reasons why fights don't happen. Because every time that I've seen it, and I'm gonna say since I've been following, since I had a channel, every public negotiation or attempt to try to do that I've seen, damn near almost got no fight. Never. Like no situation. It never happened. Once somebody start talking about money out there, and because you know what, then I start to realize something too. When you're all on social media with all the business, I know you're not trying to make the fight.
They ain't trying to make the fight.
People make fights, it happens the opposite way. Nobody's trying to one up nobody. Nobody's making videos. Nobody tagging people and shit. It's getting done. Similar to how you seen Boots and Zayas. It wasn't a bunch of back and forth, outpricing yourself, being unrealistic. Look how easy they said it made. Look how easy they said Core and Tio got made. Like all that public negotiation shit. When you seen Oscar Delahoya doing all that, talking about Virgil options, how many different options, dream fights with Earl Spence, fighting at Jerry World, $10 million demands from his manager and shit like that. You know you wasn't getting the fight. I'm like, this is killing it. That you will never get a fight. I've never seen no fight happen like that. Never seen it. Every single time they do it. And it's like perception is reality to some people, right? Like they can get online and get behind the narrative or in front of it and make you believe some shit, then that's what they're gonna do. But you gotta know what you're looking at. And I see that a lot with boxing, man. People will jump to social media and try to control the narrative and sway the public opinion and have you thinking one way when it's really the other.
You got a lot of propaganda channels too, just 24/7 propaganda. just flooding the streets with narratives and propaganda.
I will never understand it, bro. Never.
You think that the fact that boxing has no core network, no core network, and basically we carry boxing on YouTube. Boxing is on YouTube, so we responsible for those narratives and these all of this bullshit that's going on. You think that's what leads to that?
That's why I say we gotta realize that we share this space. People be trying too hard to compete with each other. We all doing the same shit. I don't care what level we feel like we all doing the same shit. Can we at least have a standard at how we doing what we doing? And we can't do that. That's why it don't work. We can't have it's no standard. It's like push a narrative that makes somebody look good. Not just talk boxing. Let's talk bullshit. Let's push bullshit. Let's confuse the people. Let's sway their opinion. And it's too much of that shit going on. It's way too much. Shout out to Jay Grant. What's good, homie? He said YouTube the new HBO. Yeah, if we do a better job at how we speak about the sport, I think we can bring more eyes to it. Like, I feel like everybody why they do this is different. Like, I would love to see the sport continue to grow as well as my channel, right? There's no secret there. You do this to keep growing. You try to grow your channel, but you want to see more people become fans of this shit. And I think it's hard to accomplish that if every time a new person tuning in, you talk about how the most accomplished and best proven fighters in the world ain't shit because they might not have fought one or two people that you wanted to see in fights. Like, we talk bad about the best proven talent. So it's like, it's hard. If that's how we talking about the best, just imagine everybody underneath that. It's too much. Like, I call it slander. It's just too much. People say, criticism is fair game. Criticism is fair game. Slander not. I seen a dude say, fuck Bud and everybody that love him because Bud gave his honest opinion on who he think will win out of Fundora and Boots. How do that even make sense? How do that translate? How does a random person ask Terrence Crawford his opinion and give you his honest opinion, no trolling, no nothing, take time out of his day to respond to you?
But I want to say something about. I want to say something about Crawford. I want to say something about the Crawford fans. The Crawford fans, they reject Boots. Some of them do. It's like they got mad or something just because they compared him to Crawford. And this is the news flash. In 10 years from now, if Boots stays undefeated, he's going to be in a fantasy fight with Terrence Crawford, and a lot of people are going to say he can beat Terrence Crawford, just like a lot of people say Terrence Crawford could beat Mayweather. It always happened. Just like a lot of people said Mayweather could beat Sugar Ray. Yeah. It's going to happen. If he stays undefeated, it's going to be in a conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. They've done it already. They do it already.
Terrence Crawford, but the problem that Terrence Crawford fans ain't coming to reality with is that's something that we shouldn't have been deprived of. If we feel like that, you can't leave no food on the table and be the GOAT, champ. And I hope you listening to me when I say this. Shit, you got to go get all the food off the table before you put yourself in that conversation. And we shouldn't have been deprived of not seeing the Boots fight.
You saying Boots and Bud?
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah, we got to be realistic, even with our favorite fighters. Just
it's a loaded conversation, right? Like, it really is, because it's not. I heard a number of different arguments and different views on it. For me, that fight always would have been a good fight. It don't matter when it would have happened. It would have always. But I never, even before it started being that real discussion, I never thought they was gonna fight. I always thought those two champions was gonna kind of miss, or should I say, Boots would miss the bus when it came to fighting either one of them dudes. I think he got a raw deal down there at 47. The way that shit was, it's like a log jam with the two top fighters having all the belts, and neither one of them, they taking so long to get their shit together. By the time they done, they out the division, and your fight with Virgil is off the table too because he's sick. So it's a loaded conversation with that. But for me, I think intent matters, right? I just never seen nobody on Boots' side, and again, they say, he's on the Showtime side. Well, he's with Cameron Duncan. I just don't believe that the focal point was there to try to fight Crawford. I don't. And then when they accepted that interim title that takes you directly out of them rankings with the WBO, it kind of tells me that you ain't trying to fight him. You moving away from fighting him. Not saying that you scared to fight him, but that move puts you further away from fighting him. And people will keep saying like, well, why Crawford won't fight him, bro? Y'all, and this crazy is like, at what point do we just look at Terrence Crawford and say, man, that's not a scared dude? Like, the reason that fight didn't happen in the minds of some is because they really believe Terrence Crawford is scared of this dude. And I just want to say this, and I love Boots. I ain't got nothing bad to say. Y'all seen that interaction that they had? Like, I don't know how people see shit like that, but
to me, when I seen that, that's kind of like a stance you would take against an op. Because I seen dudes do that all the time. It's like I'm sending a message. Like you see somebody you don't like, you fold your arms. It's like you looking at them like, yeah. I seen that before. It's like Boots looked at him like he was an op. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I could get that. I could get with that. That's reasonable. That's fair. That's fair. I just looked at it like looked a little uncomfortable in that little, like, not scary, don't think that, but just uncomfortable. Like, you don't see him doing a lot of face-to-face rundown. I just don't think caught off guard. Let me say that. That's the better way to put it. Caught off guard. It's like you almost ain't anticipate him walking past you like there. But anyway, aside from that, I just don't think the focus was there.
No, because I remember Terrence Crawford specifically saying that Boots don't bring nothing to the table, and he has everything to lose and nothing to gain. He said that.
I remember nothing to gain but an ass whooping. That tough ass fight. Shout out to Ali, man. Appreciate the love, man. He says, "Salute, bro. If the fight really happens, I got Ryan beating Teo by decision."
Ooh, no, I got Ryan stopping Teo. I got Ryan stopping him.
You know what's funny, man?
I think
I want to know what Teo's mental is going to be like and mental and confidence going into a fight like that after losing the way he did, right? Are you still that same guy like that you was, or do you just start to, is this the point in your career where you really start to look different, right? Like sometimes with certain laws, just you start to look like a different dude, and it just, you start to be downhill from there. I'm not saying that
he cashing out, just dude. He cashing out. That's exactly what he's doing right now.
You know what I'm saying? He like, man,
he ain't got no chance of beating Ryan. Ryan gonna stop that boy. Ryan gonna stop him. He cashing out. He trying to get as much money as he can because it's over with. That beat me tough with score. You think that didn't embolden Ryan even more? He's like, oh, I'm about to murder this dude. I mean, excuse me, I'm about to do something to him. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, I will say this: Ryan ain't never been disciplined enough to give us the same performance twice in a row.
That's a great point. That's why I'm itching to see this.
Let you get in that ring and tuck your hands in your pocket. I want to put you on your ass.
That's why I want to see this fight,
a different conversation.
Because it's going to force him. It's going to force him to show us if he's remained disciplined. And he keeps saying, like, look, I like when people talk about their faith, and you know, I like that. But just be on that. Stay consistent with that message. Stay locked in. Use this damn pass that they gave you as an opportunity to make the most out of your career. Like, the most frustrating thing about Ryan Garcia is when you look at him, you know it's a bunch of talent there, but you question, like, I question his maturity and his mental state. Like, what he comes off as a very immature, like young kid, and he comes off as younger than what he actually is to me when he speaks. Sometimes it's just like, I don't know, it's immaturity, but I just question that dude mental sometimes, man. If he can stay locked in and focused, he can be one of the better talents in boxing. Like, I would really like to say that to him. Like, I wonder what people tell him. Like, bro, do you know if you just locked in for the next, I don't know, 5-7 years or whatever, yo, you possibly could have the best years of your life.
Well, he's dangerous. He's a dangerous fighter.
Shit crazy, bro. Imagine how good he could be if he was like disciplined.
But this Lopez fight, this is a layup. I'm telling you, man, this is a layup.
You think it's a layup for Ryan?
Oh my God, yeah, heck yeah, man. If he don't stop him, he's gonna get stopped on cuts, man. Because what Shakur did to his face, it's gonna be easily duplicated. As soon as you touch T.O., he cuts up easy, he lumps up easy. He's gonna get busted up, man. This is a freaking layup.
And I'll tell you what led me to agree with Coach is Man, when you look at the jab that Ryan brought in the Barrios fight, and then look at how Shakur stagnated Tio with that jab, like shit, Ryan jab looked good. Like shit, hey, on the front foot, man, if Tio don't come in there and give us the same head movement he used against Barbosa, against, yeah, I mean, what was the other fight he used that shit in? The Comey. Yeah, I mean, Tio, you got to be, you understand, dance, Tio, dance. If he ain't, you got to go in there and dance and be in your bag, because with that jab that Ryan brought in that Barrios fight, he'll put it on your ass.
Right.
Yeah, it's gonna be such a huge size discrepancy in this fight, also, man. You talking about going up to 147? You fight a taller guy, a bigger guy, a guy that's faster and they can punch. It's an uphill battle, man. Tio, he's gonna get done bad, man.
Yeah. You know what's funny is what's intriguing about the matchup to me. You got two guys that, in my opinion, I think they've won a lot off their natural talent and ability, and they have, both of them have tendencies to rely on that natural talent, athleticism, and ability. Both of them. It's just, I wonder who gonna have a better game plan. Right, I feel like Tio could do more, but I feel like Ryan presents more danger, if that makes sense, right? I feel like Tio could do more, but Ryan could kind of, you know what I'm saying, level that shit out, because he's very fast and he believes in that shit. That's what makes him dangerous too. He can punch, he know it, he fast, and he know it. But I also think the same things that make him dangerous can get him beat. Because that's all he talk about sometimes. I hate hearing it. I hate somebody over analyze or put too much emphasis on the physical side of boxing. And why I say that, because every time boxers talk, they say it's more mental than physical. So when I hear somebody only talking about speed and power and never no skill and IQ and strategy, game plan, I don't hear that shit. I just get tired of hearing about your speed and power, because I've seen fights where that shit got nullified. What was the speed and power at for Rolly? Oh, my bad. That wasn't you in there, according to Henry Garcia, your pops. He said it wasn't you in there. So I don't know who the hell that was. Maybe that was, I don't know, the Flash. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that was dude named from the Flash, Barry Allen. Maybe that was him in there against Rolly and not Ryan. But I think those two willingness to over rely on their athleticism could be detrimental to them. I do.
Yo, but I have a problem. I have a problem with Tio getting this opportunity after taking such a shellacking, and you get a shot at the title. He doesn't deserve it. In my opinion, he should have to work his way back up. He got slacked, man. He took a shellacking, and now you get an opportunity at a WBC title. It makes absolutely make no sense. Why not Brian Norman? He deserves more of a shot that Ryan than Tio does.
I did hear about that fight. I did still hear that it could be a possibility too when that fight happened as well. So, but I'm with you. That's what I question, because I know Ryan is on a couple of different interviews saying, you know, the July 25th he fighting Tio. But I always look at Tio's side and I ain't seen nothing from him. You know, you're not hearing. So I wonder, like, I've seen Ryan do this stuff before, talk about dates and fights, and then that shit don't happen. So I question. I really will hope that that's not what he's doing right here. You know what I'm saying? But this could be a crossroads fight for Tio.
But you know, if you said that point, if you really think about it, the fight doesn't make any sense. The fight doesn't make any sense. You really think about it.
Say that again. The pressure probably more on Ryan to goddamn it perform and maintain that level of performance, knowing you got your big payday and dead weight, and you feel me? Like shit.
Yeah.
Like that. The pressure.
Which I think about Ryan being a front foot guy and Tio being the counter puncher. Do y'all think we could see that kind of playing out? Because remember, that was the thought with him and Core. They like, well, who gonna be on the front foot and who gonna be the counter puncher? Well, we know who on the front foot for this fight and who gonna be the counter puncher. The question is, how would it play out? I really think Ryan's speed could be an issue. And he believes in that shit like nobody. That shit does make him dangerous, but it could work to his own detriment as well. But for the most part, it made him dangerous. That's a dude. You can't tell him he not fast. You cannot tell him he don't punch hard as shit. You cannot tell him that.
Let me tell you something.
Encountering that speed.
This fight, Ryan is the type of guy he'll ambush you right from the start. He's gonna go out there and he's gonna try to press T.O. out in the first 2 rounds. He's gonna try to knock this dude out quick because that's how he fights. He'll jump right on him. With T.O., T.O. is gun shy now because he's been busted up so much. He's not the same guy. Think about it, he got busted up against Cambosis. He got busted up against what that dude Haggett, what's it? Steve Claggett busted him up. Shakur busted him up. This dude's always getting busted up. He's gun shy right now. Ryan Garcia gonna go out there. Ryan Garcia, I wouldn't be surprised if that fight doesn't go past 4 rounds.
Nakatani had him complaining.
I really wouldn't.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I could see him. I could see Ryan trying to get it off early, and because that's what he do. SP was good. Sandor Martin had him looking bad. He should have beat him, and he should have beat him. He should have beat him. Sandor should have beat him, and I think Jermaine Ortiz should have got the nod.
Do y'all think Teo can regain that confidence?
You say that again?
Do you think Teo can regain that confidence?
It's gonna be tough to do it because I think it's possible, but it comes through I think success and results. And I think for him to build the confidence up, it's gonna have to be in the ring. And what road is he gonna travel to allow himself to build that confidence back up? Right? Is he gonna be honest with himself? And right, because if you jumping right into a fight like this, let's say hypothetically that's what's next, this one, it's gonna be hard for him to, build that confidence up going into a fight that could really end up not going your way. So I think it's possible, but I think it's the way he need to do it. And he really do need to do what he said and add something to his corner.
Now, like I said, I think T.O. is almost damaged goods. Not quite there. Because his face does not hold up. And that could hurt a fighter very bad if you're always getting cut all the time. That's gonna affect the way you fight, man. And it's something about T.O. the way, I don't know if it's bone structure, the type of skin, but he always getting busted up all the time.
Yeah, I think it's the scar tissue, coach. I think it's the scar tissue. And I was glad that I heard Shakur mention about busting his eyes up and actually doing it because he got that scar tissue. And I just think that's gonna always be there now. So that's something he got worried about, getting them eyes busted up. And Ryan could really punch. He got some damn good speed with it. So yeah, it could be a tricky fight. Shark Rose said Teal need to fight Rolly. Rolly trying to fight Devin. And speaking of that, man, that situation fell to shit too. That fell to shit quick. So it's like, Devin, man, you don't let these dudes slip out the back door on you, man. Don't let Ryan get beat up by somebody else and they take his belt. Right? Don't let that be T.O. Don't let Rolly get away and somebody else get his belt. Like I'm telling you, all that that's that bad. Like right now, what we was just talking about OTB, you asked about the public negotiations. That's kind of to a degree what's going on. They leaking business and going back and forth. You look what you got. No fight. Every single time I see it, it's always like that, bro. Every single time. Sugar Neeks. Talking about the chick. I like Sugar Neeks. She's tough. Yeah, she was fighting with a damn split down the middle of her face or forehead or one of her fights. That shit look disgusting. Crazy.
Yo. Just can you break down the Xander Boots fight? How you think it's gonna play out?
I think low key could be more competitive than what people saying because of the strengths and weaknesses of both guys. Like a little short breakdown. I feel like Xander has the ability to be more disciplined, sticking to the fundamentals and shit like that. Whereas Boots, he does less of sticking to the fundamentals because of how athletic he is. So, he makes mistakes that I feel like Xander, being a more disciplined fighter in spots, could take advantage of, and vice versa. But I think ultimately Boots just be too much for guys. I think he just got too much of a bag, right? Xander is a really sound boxer that I think gonna have success because of that skill set. But I think overall, Boots is just gonna be something different than he's ever been in front of. That's what I really believe. I think Xander don't got none that jump out like all the way out that makes you worried for Boots. He's just a really sound boxer, and look, that could be trouble enough, right? But I don't got him winning it. I got him being competitive in a good fight, good test for Boots, not just no run through. But and one mixtape Boots is gonna make a mixtape. It's gonna be another mixtape, maybe.
I'm gonna tell you with Xander. Xander is Nahir Albright. They're the same exact fighter. That's the level that, and not no shade to Albright. He's a good fighter.
Good comparison.
But there's nothing that, like you said, there's nothing that stands out about what Xander does. What he fights is a typical old school black fighter that Boots have seen a million times in the gym. Up on your toes, moving around, popping the jab. That's right. Old school black fighter all day, every day. And he's not there Albright. They're the same exact fighter. If you really want to be 100, I mean, he doesn't. I mean, he's not a bad fighter. He's just he's basic in a sense. You know, good jab. One thing he does, he gets uncomfortable. He will get tired on you, and when he gets tired, he looks to grab. He looks to hold on,
clinching. Yes. I've seen it with the Jorge Perez dude, and I ain't like the way he was reacting to some of those punches. It's like when he got hit with something good, he wanted to tie up. And he, like, when I see that a lot, I understand what you're doing. You're trying to, like, neutralize the offense and stop him from getting off. But in my mind, as the viewer, I start feeling like you don't have an answer and don't really trust in your defense, because that can't be your constant go-to every time somebody throwing some punches at you or get a shot. Then you go to clinch and tie up, and he has a tendency to run out of answers to me, or creativity. I want to say answers, creativity. And I think that's where Boots will get him. I think his legs, the way he uses his legs, can be interesting in this fight. But I don't think that beats Boots. I think Boots got more shit that Xander got to worry about on his side. You know what I'm saying? So you don't see it, man. I can't wait to see the fight. I really like Xander. And again, prime example why we should stop calling these fighters ducks. Sometimes business, don't get made. It don't make sense, and fights don't happen. You know what I'm saying? He should have never been called a duck for the Virgil fight not happening, and vice versa. Same thing with Boots and Virgil. It's the same shit. I'm tired of that narrative, that duck shit. Virgil just fought Boachuk, Madrimov, and Erickson Lubin. Why the fuck would he be scared to fight anybody else? Like, seriously, like, you fight some quality guys and just start getting scared. The man almost died from rhabdo. I'm pretty fucking sure taking a punch is not scary. Like, I really mean this. That's what I really believe. Like, the man almost died. He lost out valuable time in his boxing career. Didn't know if he was ever going to box again. And then came back and fought those guys. And you're telling me he's scared to fight quality opposition? Nah, I just think him and Oscar ain't got they ducks in a row. I think Oscar had a different idea as to how to go about getting that big fight and getting him the money. And I think in the process, he may have overplayed his hand, pissed off his employee in the process, right? His fighter in Virgil. And now he's suing. And on top of that, the manager is at odds with the promoter. And the manager just let us all know that they ain't even had so much as a conversation. So how the fuck is he going to fight Boots when the manager and promoter ain't even had a conversation about nothing? And on top of that, the fighter suing the promoter. Make it make sense. So it's like, I don't see duck. I see they business not in order. I see turmoil. I see them guys not being on the same page. And as a result, who's going to always suffer? How we normally see? The fighter. And then you see for Xander, I mean, you scared of Virgil, but you fight Boots. Two of the most dangerous non-champions in the division. It doesn't make sense. So I don't think none of these guys are scared. I think Boots and Xander is a prime example of if the shit makes sense and nobody's trying to stop you from making a fight, fights get made. I heard Xander was adamant about pushing for Boots, and I heard Boots told his team the same thing. I know both of them feel like they both responsible for making a fight individually, but it was both of them. It takes two. you can't make the fight without the other guy saying, yeah, I wish fighters would stop doing that too. No, I was the one pushing for this fight. It don't matter if you was begging for it. If the other guy says no, no matter how much you push for it, it won't happen. The other guy has to oblige. You got to say yes, and the other team got to be on board. So that's what we got with Xander and Boots. I'm glad we getting it. I hope people start learning from these situations and stop pushing narratives, bro. Everything is not about being scared. Imagine training all your life for something since you was 6, 7 years old, and now they're going to pay you to do it, and somebody talking about how you scared to do it. Imagine it. That's how I think. So I'm not saying that it's 100% and it's never been somebody scared to take on the challenge. That's not what I'm saying. But ever since Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, they've been pushing duck this, duck that. Terrence Crawford was terrified of Errol Spence for years. Then they fight, and you see how it play out, right? They told me Benavidez was scared and ducking David Morrell. He pressed for the fight at 75. We see how that play out. You get what I'm saying? It's like none of these situations where somebody has told me a fighter has been ducked has been validated online at all. It's all bullshit, all narrative based. You know what I'm saying? Just like now, I know, it's popular to call somebody a duck. Like, you see the Rolly fight not coming to fruition for Devin. So they're like, oh, Devin ducking Ryan and Rolly. That shit is dumb, man. It don't make sense. Like, how he gonna eat then? How he gonna eat?
Yo, but your manager, Eric Gomez, right? Eric Gomez, they purposely kept Canelo away from certain fighters because it's gonna mess the business up. You know what I'm saying?
Pac-Man ATL Tay, my dog was good, Brody. The fax machine is in the building. That's the fact, bro. That's real though, and that's more. That's not about being scared. That's protecting the money, and I think that's what you get. You get a lot of that now too, though. I do think we get that. I think when these promoters and these managers and these teams of the fighters see that they got somebody that can sell tickets and really make money, I think everybody start licking their chops. And I think the last thing that they be talking about is putting them in there with the most dangerous guy possible. So you'll see a guy make a whole bunch of money fighting who they want to fight, but I think that's for a reason. I think people want to make money, and you know how I start to look at it too. I get it as a fight fan. We aggravated. We just want to see the best and most dangerous fights. We want to see blood, but I also try to look at it the other way and put myself in these people's shoes hypothetically and say if I was in business. Is it your job to do good business to make sure the money keep coming? Or is it your job to take risks that might prohibit you from getting to that next order of business? So it's just a lot to consider. I feel like at the top, like bro, Tay Jones always said, at the top, it's more of a business than a sport. And that's what we got to consider. And I mean that for everybody that's talking about anybody that's considered at the top, they operate at the upper echelon. Consider that first before you push any narrative. Consider the business side of it, and more proof to what I'm saying. Just look at the situation with Devin and Rolly. That's not a matter of somebody being scared. That's business not being agreed to, or them not being able to come to terms with how they gonna get this fight or what the money gonna be and shit like that. I don't see scared shit. I just see business not making sense on both sides where they can both equally agree and just give us a fight.
Well, you're gonna get the same thing with Fondora. They already saying we just gonna basically fight in-house fight. They let it be known. They're not even hiding the fact. They said we fight PBC fighters. You want to fight with us, you got to come over here. And I think that's because they're trying to rebuild the company and they looking at Fondora as somebody who can help, hitch the wagon up. They can hitch the wagon to, and they can carry it. You know what I mean?
I like that. You make a great point. You make a great point. And that still sound crazy when you say that, because then you start looking and thinking, well, if y'all do that, then the other belts ain't over there in-house with y'all. So you're going to deny your man the opportunity to be even greater than what he is. It's crazy, but I think what you're saying make a lot of sense. You can't tell me an entity that was rolling the way they was doing and had the lapses in shows like they've had in recent times. And you can't tell me that they ain't in the process of like trying to, rebuild or get things all the way back to where it needed to be. Like, tell me, like, all their biggest stars are earners seem like they ain't fought in I don't know how long. And then if they had fought, they fought on other platforms. So I think that's reasonable to even suggest that they in the process of rebuilding. Because why else would you assume that? Why else would you put that out there like that? You get what I'm saying? I mean, you basically trying to force people to, play ball. Crazy. Same with Tank when he not acting up. Yeah, man, he a cash cow, and I think everybody lick their chops when Tank fight. And I think one of the last conversations they have is, yeah, let's put this dude in a fight that he could lose possibly. I don't think that's ever the conversation. I could be wrong as hell. That's just my opinion. I don't think he's scared. I don't think they scared for him. But I think that a lot of who he fight is based off them making money and keeping the money rolling, the machine
like,
flowing. So.
Fundora, I mean, his next fight is going to be against Tellez. Mark my words. That's going to be his next fight.
You said it's going to be against who?
Tellez, the guy that fought Mendoza on the same card.
That's a good fight.
That's going to be Tellez, the Cuban guy. Yeah, that's going to be Sebastian's next fight. That's going to be his next fight. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Crazy.
Well, they in talks with Josh Kelly. They just announced they in talks with Josh Kelly to try and unify with Josh Kelly.
Oh, so Fundora?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they
crazy.
Yeah, they trying to go. They trying to fight Josh Kelly, and I don't know, man. I gotta look at more Josh Kelly, but Josh Kelly might be able to pull that shit off.
I think Eddie Hearn's gonna probably shut that down. He probably won't boost to get to fight Josh Kelly, so they can have 3 of the belts.
Bro. That's what they doing. It's a win-win, right? You get Josh Kelly and Boots in there. They both his guys. Have them fight each other. You don't lose. No way. Josh Kelly, man, one of them unsung heroes, went in there and beat Bakram. Told y'all ain't no boogeyman. Told y'all no boogeymans in boxing, bro. No boogeyman. I don't give a damn how spooky somebody look. I seen enough boxing to know that I never look at nobody as a boogeyman ever again in life. Never in this sport ever. Everybody's
they got 2 hands. Long as they got 2 hands, just you got to change.
I'm telling you.
Show me a nigga with 3 hands, and then I think you.
You know what I'm saying? Then he might be some type of boogeyman. You know what I mean? Show me somebody that got 4 of them joints like Goro, and I might start thinking like, yeah, because every single boogeyman done got their ass beat. Matias was one of the more recent ones. Got his ass handed to him. Eddie Hearn is the one who wants to set up that fight. Yeah, because it'll be beneficial. That's his guy, and that's part of his job is to put his fighters in the best position possible. So at this point, Josh Kelly playing with house money. So many people expected him to lose to Bakram. He didn't. So anything from here is a plus for him. And he don't seem like a scary dude. Like I know it was people that was thinking like he'd be scared to fight Boots. I just don't think people been watching boxing long enough. If you gonna pay somebody, they gonna fight, bro. And I say this all the time. I use myself as an example. I know ain't nobody about to pay me no millions of dollars being some untrained guy, but I will fight these dudes for the money they getting paid. Let alone somebody that actually trains to do it. So you pay somebody the right amount of money, they gonna get in the ring. Is what I'm saying. You done seen all types of NBA players try to, NFL players try to box. These dudes get knocked out on camera, looking crazy, all for a bag. You know what I'm saying? So if you gonna pay somebody, they willing to take a chance to get embarrassed, man. But that's what PBC doing in Pride. That's what it seemed like. You know what I mean? For his guys to come over there, play ball with them, and they got a trick bag in Fundora that's gonna be really hard to beat. Really hard to beat.
And I give you a different because maybe they just ran out of their budget. Yeah, I mean maybe their budget ran out. Yeah,
PBC? I think
maybe they ran out of their budget.
Well, what I was hearing
because that was
my guy was telling me like when Showtime was in there, or they was with Showtime, they had more of a budget. They said now with Amazon is just like allowing them to showcase their fights on the platform, but they got to put up their own money. So I think in turn it's causing an issue, and that's why you're seeing less cars, less events, seeing less motion from the PBC. Dude, my guy was breaking it down. He'd be talking to some of the PBC people, so he was like, they had like a licensing budget. They had a budget, whereas that's not the case no more. And now you kind of see it. Look how the fights get put on, just totally different. So I think that's what's going on. So I think it's some truth to what you're saying. I had a whole conversation with my guy about that, and he was letting me know some things. So they definitely, the way they operate is much different than what it was before. Way different.
Way different. And when you see how they move, just the fight that they announced recently.
Right, we'll let y'all, distribute y'all fights on our streaming service, but y'all, we ain't footing the bill for these fights and these cards. And I think that's what we seeing this shit actively play out. But when you had that conversation, people feel like you taking shots at Al Heyman or PBC. Now we just trying to understand how, they went from putting on some of the best shows to like now it's like, we ain't seeing the consistency that we once seen before. We're not seeing the splashes that we seen. We seeing it here and there. And then even, like I said, when some of their biggest talents fought, it's been on like Turkey Al Sheik ring cards and different shit like that, different platforms. So they definitely is experiencing some type of makeover. Definitely. It gotta be. Like, with the biggest stars fight. Like, think about the biggest name fighters they have and how many of them dudes not fighting. That got an impact. Think about, I'm gonna say it. Think about this shit with Tank. I've heard directly that it came from the PBC that they feel like he unreliable, that he cost them a lot of money, that they had a comeback plan
for. Who was that?
With Tank, with all this,
for real?
Shit. Yeah, it cost them money, and you get what I'm saying? Like, think about it. Like, if I'm advising you to go make money with a Jake Paul,
you know what? You right, man, because that's why it's like they really are pushing Fundor. They propping this dude up, man.
Yes,
they trying to make him the face of the company, bro.
Yes, they trying to put somebody in. They said they don't have no set return date now for when Tank possibly coming back now with all this stuff, and he's been unreliable. He cost them money, couple different dates, things that fell out, and it's not to say he's to blame, but he make he bring a lot of.
But he's gonna be a cautionary. He's gonna be a cautionary tale, like Adrian Brown or Mike Tyson, AB. He's turning into a cautionary tale right now, man. Now he may be able to get his self back together, but right now he's going through it, man. And they're gonna let him fight because they want to make sure he got enough money to pay them lawsuits.
Right.
And trust and believe he's gonna be back in that ring. And as soon as he get back in the ring, they're gonna be waiting on him. Okay, we got a $5 million settlement for you. We need that paper. If not, we're gonna liquidate your assets because we know you got it. Don't even play.
And I meant to cover it's an interview where the dude Chris Blake was talking about some of the issues that he had with the Drakes, Trayvon Diggs, and Tank, and he was dropping some info in that interview. Depending if you mature, you know how to process information. He wasn't trying to out him the way the surface level thinkers think, but he was talking about how like every time he got to do something, whether it's buy a watch, a car, a home, he got to go to Al Heyman, get the okay. All this shit. It's a lot of game. I believe he was dropping in there, man. Shout out to Reggie, man. Look, I'm gonna say this to you real quick and make it make sense. Do you think it makes sense that you could duck somebody that you're not in the same weight class with? So in order for Keyshawn to at least be considered the duck at all, he would at least have to be in the same weight class, right? At least at the bare minimum. Furthermore, you do know he picked Edwin De Los Santos. Nobody forced him. No gun was to his head. It wasn't you got to fight him or else. The only thing you could really criticize Keyshawn for is fucking up the opportunity. How could I say it? He mismanaged the situation. He thought one way, didn't listen, did what he wanted, and he paid the price for it. That was all stupid. But just like understand, like, why would I pick somebody to fight him and then be scared to fight him? That's how boxing fans think. I really think those type of people got chased home from school. Like you know why I can't understand it? Look, I understand nerves, being nervous. We all had fights where you feel like that. But being flat out, all out scared of somebody, that's different, bro. No. I've seen bullies get beat down. Like I've seen too much to like it makes no logical sense in my mind to be terrified to defend yourself. Now you telling me I train and I've been doing this shit since 6 or 7 years old. Some of these dudes 5, possibly younger, right? I'm scared to fight for a living. That's like saying the shit that you do for a living, whatever it is you do, you scared to do it. You scared to do whatever the same shit you do every single day for money. You scared to go make money and do it's like I just don't think that way. I can't think like that. It don't make sense. Do I think people are hesitant to lose fights? Do I think guys not want to get embarrassed? Yes, you heard Tank pretty much say exactly that. It's fair. He don't want to lose and get clowned on social media. He pretty much said it. So, yeah, that's real. But y'all really be thinking these dudes be like scared. Like, where's the logic in me picking somebody and then being scared to fight? What sense do that make? Get it? Like, seriously, you see Keyshawn fought a much more established fighter than De Los Santos. Look what he did to him. Look what he did to him. And I guarantee you, said De Los Santos, he ducking him. I guarantee you can't name 5 De Los Santos fights. I guarantee you can't. I'll be willing to cash that. If you can name 5 De Los Santos fights, I'll cash that. I guarantee you can. And I'm just saying that to make a point. We be vouching for guys that we don't even know what they look like and fight like. I did this before. Somebody was telling me Shakur need to fight Jadier Herrera. I said, have you ever seen him fight? The person said no. I'm like, so why the fuck do you want to see him fight a person that you never seen fight? Because he got knockouts? And the dude said, yo, don't duck me. Like, with a ski mask on, like, now he's supposed to just fight him? People be vouching for people that fighters that they never seen fight is my point. So it's like, when I say you probably can't name 5 De Los Santos fights, I'm pretty sure you can't. And that's saying something, bro. Like, where is this? Who is De Los Santos beat for Keyshawn Davis to be scared? Because he got beat by an injured, sick Shakur Stevenson. And I know this personally. And for 1,000,000% fact, he got beat by a guy that was probably less than 50%. Real shit. And
well, those people should want to see Keyshawn Davis versus Rayo Valenzuela. Because that's Urban De Los Santos' best win.
Right? I think, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't want to just give him the knockout or just give him the win, but I think Keyshawn is going to stop De Los Santos. Why? I don't think it's because De Los Santos is a bad fighter or nothing like that. I think the layoff, I think the injuries, he was having some type of blood clotting, some shit going on with his legs. He had gained a bunch of weight and then he lost a whole bunch of weight. And I thought he looked slim, light in the ass. And I felt like Keyshawn, if he would have accepted that, he looked already rehydrated. I thought he was going to stop that dude. And I think his team, they did that. That was a smart move by not taking the fight because he still got paid his fight purse and he didn't even have to fight for it. But
yeah, but on the downside, you see, they haven't brought it back either. They'll penalize you, even though you did the right thing. They penalize you for not taking that fight because he hadn't fought. He hadn't fought in a long time.
Well, he did. He got one. Coach, he a little 1-rounder, but it was at like 138, 140, something like that.
Okay, like a little low tier fight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what it was.
My thing is,
you're right.
My thing is, if that's your opinion, okay. But we can't knock him running back a no decision that was before the Edwin De Los Santos fiasco.
It's just like,
you feel me? Like,
fight, bro. He said out of all the people he fought, that one was the livest body in there. Why not run it back? They took the win off the record. He wasn't with Bomac. He was smoking weed. There's that, right? Now we looking at a Keyshawn coming off a dominant 12-round stoppage over the most experienced and best fighter that he fought to date on paper, right? So that's the version that you get. And that's now that you should want to see this version of Keyshawn versus the version of Albright that beat Frank Martin, in my opinion, edged them out. I think he did. You get me?
I like Albright. I like Keyshawn because what
Frank Martin ain't tackle him. That would have been a knockdown if he don't tackle his ass. My bad. Go ahead, coach.
My fault. I think a lot of these guys, man, they'll elevate themselves so high that they can't even take a guy that's considered a tier low. You know what I mean? They always looking for the biggest and best name. And a lot of times, just because the guy has a name doesn't mean he's the best fighter. He just has a name. So I like Albright. Is that I think it's gonna be a good fight, man. I really do.
Can we say that Albright is a tier lower given the performances that he done gave us? He ain't like Keyshawn stopped him. Shit,
right there.
You feel me? Like shit, he's on that level. So for everybody who don't want to give him the credit of being on that level, then I advise y'all to go back and reassess this kid's fights.
Yeah, I mean, he could be like a Jimmy Ellis, man. You know, a guy that beat a lot of named guys. You know what I mean? You got guys like that. You know, he may be like a Montel Griffin, you know, or Reggie Johnson. Or Montel Griffin beat James Toney. Reggie Johnson beat James Toney. You got a lot of guys out there that don't have a big name, but they're good fighters, man.
Why he ain't why he ain't fight Frank Martin. Like, I want you to like take heed to something, Reggie, when you ask a why question, like really seek out the answer to your question. Think about something. You just seen Frank Martin being the toughest fighter of his career. You think their plans or ideals to put Frank Martin in there with Keyshawn Davis next? Like, seriously, he just went life and death with a guy that Keyshawn beat and about to rematch. You get what I'm saying? Frank Martin still trying to, fill out 140. He looked good against Ramses Bartholomew, but I knew this wasn't going to be that kind of fight for him. And Frank going to have some tougher fights for him at 40, bro. So, that fight ain't on the table for neither guy, respectfully. It's just not. Is it something that can happen? Yeah, but that's not something that, nobody over there on Top Rank talking about putting Frank Martin in, in the ring with Keyshawn or vice versa. I mean, you just seen Frank come back after losing the Tank. Now he had a fight where he almost lost. You think they're going to put him in there with Keyshawn? Every fight can't be a tough fight, you know what I'm saying, or a killer. I mean, that's how you burn a fighter out. So a lot of these fights ain't going to happen because they're not the focal point. They're not on the table for these guys. Like, for example, we was talking about Shakur Muay. Somebody asked me, why Shakur duck Muay? And I'm just like, well, when did that happen? Because I specifically remember watching a FaceTime call, Shakur and Robert Garcia talking to each other about the fight. Shakur bet me $100K. He bet Robert $100K he'd beat his fighter. And then they got into discussing that. Basically, what I got out of the conversation, they both agreed that the fight wasn't on the table at the time, but they'll be willing to fight. He'll be willing to put his fighter against Core and vice versa. So it's a lot of times it's focus. It's focal, like, priority, should I say. Certain guys are going to prioritize other fights, you know what I'm saying, before Frank Martin. Like right now, Frank Martin is a guy that's really, he's talented. He can box. He can go. But if you're a more established fighter, do you really look to fight him? Like, because then you start to ask, do it make sense business-wise, right? Or are you in position for something bigger than a Frank Martin fight? So if you Keyshawn, you hovering around that, that championship level. Shit, I don't think Frank Martin is beneath him, but I think it's other shit that other fighters, should I say, that he can fight outside of Frank.
Well, he fighting the person that Frank damn. So yeah, I mean, he fighting the last person that Frank was in the ring with. Yeah. So I can't really say that. As far as Frank go, when we seen Frank in the Nahir Albright, he looked spectacular when he was boxing for the first 4-5 rounds. But then his legs gave out on him, and he did what? He resorted to the old Frank Martin. Except for he gassed out, and now he can't. He used to be a pressure fighter, so I want to see him perfect. Yeah, I mean, when he gonna box and when he'll resort to pressure, and how he'll do those two things.
Ooh, I like that.
Throughout the course of a 12-round fight, before I see him in the ring with anybody who really can have the potential of making Frank the gatekeeper. Let's be real, he wasn't lost. From being a gatekeeper.
I'm telling you, because I really think he getting there with Keyshawn. I'm with you, Marcus. I think he gets stopped too. I do. Keyshawn's ability to slow a fight down and control the pace is some of the most impressive parts of his game. And his defense is a bit underrated too. His distance and range control is nice as well. That dude is a well-rounded, balanced fighter with that.
He got a good chin too. Got a good chin.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Now coach, you just said
Albright nailed him. Albright nailed him in the first fight. I mean, a lot of people too got dropped by that part.
Yeah,
he hit him right on
nailed
the
his ass in the pocket too, coach.
Yeah, he did.
And that's
perfect overhand right.
And Jermaine Ortiz hit him with the same fucking punch when he finally quit moving so much and sat down. And I noticed that Keyshawn opened up a lot in the pocket. Yeah, I mean, and that's
you know who else got a chin? Boots got a
Frank
chin.
Martin could line him up.
Boots do got a beard, coach. He do.
Boots got a beard. I seen Boots get nailed.
Me too.
Nailed. Clean.
He got a good beard. I interviewed Tito Mercado. I interviewed Tito some years ago, and he was on Keyshawn Helmet. He kept saying Keyshawn
balance is great. You would never see him just on one foot.
Tito was on Keyshawn helmet. I'm like, man, I like to see him in some more fights moving forward too at 40. He'd be calling for it. Him and Frank Martin was going back and forth, exchanging some words.
And he pushed down on Frank Martin. Fuck you,
Did
man.
he? Like Frank better chill. Somebody gonna put your ass, man. It feel like them. It seemed like to me, Frank, the muscles gonna always slow him down in the second half of the fights, bro. Because I think he trained his ass off. I would assume so, right? But I something about that muscular build that when you get to the second half of the fights, I start seeing some things, man. And I'm like, yeah, I think that's just gonna be an issue for you. It's just gonna be something you gotta work through. I mean, Artem was on his ass, man. Yeah, I went back and watched some of the highlights of that. Yo, those body shots he was landing on Frank, bro. I was like, yo, he was bringing that shit to Frank. But credit to Frank Martin for being able to turn up when he needed to and get that knockdown, as he turned up on Artem ass.
Facts.
No lies.
He definitely persevered.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. It's been a dope build, man. Another dope show for the books. We hit the 4-hour mark too, man. We at the 4-hour mark anyway. Shout out to my guy OTB, man. My brother and coach, man. I appreciate y'all coming up and chopping it up too.
Salute, brother. You've been cooking in the kitchen for 4 hours, man. The meal was good, brother. Salute, man.
Appreciate
you. Salute, brother.
Shout out to
Fucked up all the chicken. Fucked up all the chicken. Get justice just due, man.
Know it, man. He's showing a mean streak. Yeah, he got that. He got some of that blood in him. And I'll say this before we get stories that I heard about Keyshawn have came directly from coaches, like the trainers and other boxers. They say that dude like that. I'm telling you. Anytime you running around gym to gym, terrorizing the gyms and grown men not wanting to fight you, you a problem. Like you seen what the Bash Brothers just did January 31st. They went out there and made movies on their opponents. Both of them dudes had their opponents in headlocks. Yo, I'm gonna leave this here for y'all. The Bash Brothers, man. What y'all know about the Bash Brothers? The Brothers Bash, huh? Shout out to everybody that rocked out. Everybody that hit the super chat. Much love to y'all. Hit the like button on the way out. Sub to the channel. Hype the live. Share the live. Y'all know the drill. And we're going to keep building. Shakira, Tank, Keyshawn, 140. Troy tried to slip that in there. I ain't going to call Shakur no girl name, man. I think that's highly disrespectful. But I could joke just as much as the best of them, man. But he the fastest 4-division champion in the history of the sport. I think he deserves his just due and his respect. And Keyshawn is following right behind his footsteps, but doing it his own way, blazing his own path. You talking about 2 silver medalists that never been in the ring with somebody with a losing record, and they don't give up rounds. And apparently they put random fighters that's supposed to be the best guy they fought in their career in headlocks in mid-fight. Without giving a fuck. But shout out to Troy. It's all good, man. I rock with Tank, Keyshawn, and Shakur. All of them. I rock with all the boxing, but we just gave boxing his just due, man. We're going to be back tomorrow, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Y'all tune in. We got Albright and Keyshawn Part 2, May 16th. You got Ryan talking about Teo, July 25th. You got Boots and Xander in June. Boxing is on fire, and then Shakur coming back as well. So stay tuned, man. We're going to keep building on this boxing, y'all. Sure hope he can get some bets on whoever Shakur fights, since he's such an easy victim. Hey, you know, that's the funny thing, bro. They'll pick against him, but they won't bet against him, Marcus. I seen it. Dude sent me dude had like a $100 bet, and he was betting that Kid Austin would beat Shakur or something like that, and somebody still didn't take the bet, or vice versa. He said Shakur was gonna beat Kid. I forget, but he had a Shakur bet, and nobody took him up on it. It was wild, yo. You would think where as much as people talk shit about Shakur, they would have took the bet, but they didn't. But we'll see. But shout out to the gang, man. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Peace to the fan, man.
Representing Brick City, Shakur!
Finding those levels, too. Look at that 4-punch combination. It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown score with the left hand.
He's probably the most unbiased channel on YouTube.
Right now, we're gonna give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just Due.